Chapter 17:16. The gloomy sky dyed the entire world with a ghostly aura. It was as if one had fallen into a bottomless abyss where the sun and moon could not be seen, or as if one had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation and wandered around the underworld. If that was the case, then this bustling world would be filled with thousands of ghosts. At first glance, it was quite frightening, but once one got used to it, it would be fine. At most, the world would darken for some reason, but in truth, there was not much change. On the slanting broad path, the houses and buildings here were built with a metal frame that protruded horizontally from the platform, or a platform that was built with neatly inlaid stones on the slanted ground. Those lighthouses and buildings were built on these platforms. When they passed by these buildings again, they walked together with the young man. Those people in the houses would curiously look outside when they heard the commotion. In their impression, this platform seemed to have been sealed off just now. Then they saw a group of people that they didn't know, and then they saw the young man walking at the front. Immediately, they became excited. "Good afternoon, Lord Swayfong. Didn't Lord Swayfong go out just now? Why did you come back?" "Ah, he must have been chased out by Lord Swayfong. That's why he came back with his tail between his legs." The young man smiled and waved at the people who popped their heads out of the houses. Yun Nuoshing and the others who followed behind him kept hearing him call out, "Lord Swayfong." It was a little, the greeting was quite amiable. He suddenly remembered that Hui was probably the same in the realm of gods. Speaking of which, when he was about to leave the platform, he saw the young man surrounded by a crowd. It was almost the same scene. "They are quite well loved. Are these people also from your era?" Swayfong scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Yes, they existed together with us when we were thrown into this world. But in that generation, other than those who were on the same level as us, the others have slowly faded away with time. Even so, I still remember every new generation." He patted his head and said, "Well, other than the names, at least I remember some of their faces. Look at the girl, just now. She's actually from the same generation. Well, she's the descendant of the people who first helped us manage this city. She's the 5th or 6,000th generation." Hui looked around, but at this moment, everything he looked at was gloomy. It had the effect of lowering the attractiveness and increasing the eerie atmosphere. So he could not see anything special. He could only say directly, "So, the people who live in this place are all special." Not really. It's because it's convenient. Everyone who lives in this place is the one who can help prepare for the sacred ritual. That's why it's so special. They live close to each other. Yun Nuoshing quickly walked the rest of the way to the center of the platform. She looked up at the statue of the heavenly god of origin subconsciously. Even in this dim realm, the statue looked particularly strange. Even when she was so close, she could only see half of it. The other half was always obscured by the dark green and dim mist. She could not see the whole thing. Moreover, there was another strange feeling that spread throughout the entire platform, making everyone feel that something was wrong. A door. However, they didn't have to guess anything. They saw that there was a 10-foot-tall portal at the bottom of the statue. It was an oval-shaped portal, and its edges were shrouded by a mass of dark green air mixed with purple air. As it wriggled, even the pattern in the middle of the portal would change. It looked very strange. The aura that made people feel that something was wrong was coming from behind the portal. They didn't know what was behind it. "Wait a minute. I have been talking along the way. I haven't asked where we are going." Hui quickly waved his hand. "I'm taking you to the person who knows the truth." Swayfong said in a matter-of-fact tone, "I don't know as much as they do. I can't explain it to you, so I can only take you to someone else. Also, There is another truth behind the door, the truth about this world." The young man suddenly laughed. "So do you dare to go and see?" Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and said flatly, "I've been through a lot over the years. It's nothing more than death. It's not like I haven't tried dying. Don't panic. Let's go." Then they ran into the portal. Suifeng was shocked. This just went in? Didn't he hesitate at all? Hui and Jingyun, one with their arms crossed and the other with their hands behind their back, shook their heads and sighed. The former shook her head and said, "You don't know him. Don't worry. We have time to know him. Let's go and see. Don't let him see something exciting and tear down the space on the other side." Tear down. Suifeng was even more shocked. He smiled bitterly and hurriedly followed them into the portal. His sister and the others were on the other side, but they were probably busy at the moment. It was dark green. A thin layer of clouds floated between heaven and earth. The entire scene was shrouded in the clouds. Orange-red and light blue lights flashed in the clouds from time to time. It was like an oil painting in space. When the sun shone on it, it would reveal its color, but when the light faded, it would dim again. This was the starry sky. Even the starry sky was shrouded in this strange dark green color. 100-meter square stone platform floated in the starry sky. There were 2 black stone pillars near the edge of the platform. The pillars were branded with energy runes of different colors. The 2 colorful stone pillars were steadily releasing energy, forming a layer of energy barrier that shrouded the 100-meter square platform. This was the scene he saw when he walked out of the portal. As for the orange-red and light blue light flashing in front of him, it was naturally the Nebula Ruins. This location was very close to the periphery of the Nebula Ruins. It was beyond the limit of his observation range. However, the Nebula Ruins was still quiet. There was no abnormal gaze pressure, and he did not sense anything that was about to happen. A strange presence. Who is it? Not long after stepping through the teleportation gate, Yun Nuoshing had just looked around the place when he heard a soft shout. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw that he was not the only one on the stone platform. There were 9 other people standing here, each of them standing on the platform in a staggered position. There were several formations under their feet and around their bodies that were releasing energy. "Sister, wait. Don't be impulsive." When the atmosphere was frozen, Yun Nuoshing was wondering if he should do something. Suddenly, Suifeng rushed out of the portal and waved at the 9 people. "We have found him. We have found him." This is not a good time to meet guests. Yun Nuoshing turned around. He had noticed this person just now. He stood there like a human-shaped lightning ball made of highly concentrated lightning energy. He scratched his head and spread out his hands. Foreign friends. Am I right? The presence of origin is the same, although it is a bit strange. Unfortunately, we do not have the time to greet you. This is not a good place. If you continue to stay here, you may regret it. In the center of the Nebula Ruins, there was still a ball of bright light flashing. Yun Nuoshing slowly walked forward a few steps, raised his head, and stared at that place with his colorful eyes, that sun and planet that were hidden in the center of the Nebula Ruins. He couldn't see them, but he could feel a strange feeling. It was something that he didn't feel at the beginning. When they first came here, they didn't feel it. It seemed like there was a breath of life there. It wasn't the kind of breath that left traces of activity, but the breath of a living life. It reminded him of the scene of thousands of lives, thousands of souls that appeared with the dark energy beam in Lui City. Could it be that it was the same over there? The pressure from the sacred eminence seems to be slightly reduced. The young man with the lightning was startled. Strange. Did something happen over there? Every time This happens. The woman in the cloak gently turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was also looking at the sacred emergence ground. Her blue eyes that sparkled with white stars fluttered a few times, as if she had sensed something. What is going on over there? Hui came to Sui Feng and asked in confusion. Sui Feng looked up and pointed at the nebula ruins in the distance. Over there. You have participated in the sacred eminence ritual. You should have heard of the sacred eminence. That is the place. Hui looked at the nebula ruins in a daze. He turned his head and looked at Jing Yun. Both of them were sweating profusely. That was really exciting. They had fought their way out from there. When they first descended from there, they were even beaten up by the inexplicable origin energy there. That is where we first came from. You should have heard about it from Sui Feng. The old man with lightning spoke slowly. No. He said he doesn't remember anything. He told us to come to you if we want to know anything. Yun Nuoxing and the others shook their heads vigorously and said in unison. Yun Nuoxing added, Then we came here. After all, we have been waiting for you for a long time. We didn't expect that this would happen. Everyone was speechless. They turned to look at Sui Feng, who was scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Brother Lei shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, it's actually like this. It's not that interesting. As he spoke, he told them what Sui Feng told them. The heavenly god of Origin's arrangement was an emergency shelter, followed by a path that cut off the void from this world. It was as if they wanted the void to ignore this place. And then what happened after that? When they first came to this world, a world that was hastily forged and shaped by origin energy and origin rules, they gathered in the sacred manifestation land, which was the planet in the center of the nebula ruins. It was called the Sacred Manifestation Land because they could occasionally communicate with the heavenly god of origin and connect with the statue. They could hear a faint murmur in response. The heavenly god of origin hastily arranged for them to stay there, and even randomly selected the refugees. They only wanted to explore this world after a period of peace in the Sacred Manifestation Land, because they were bored and had nothing to do. And the waiting time was long and eternal. There was nothing they could do but live here. The only thing they could hope for was to talk to the heavenly god of origin once in a while. Later, the heavenly god of origin divided the world into 9 territories according to the energy distribution of the world. The division of territories was actually done according to the origin energy and origin rules. There was no special purpose. At that time, most of them were still living in the sacred manifestation land, living every day leisurely and a little at a loss, until one day they saw a strange energy spilling outside the world, as if the world had fallen into a river of energy. They could not help but look out of the world barrier out of curiosity. That was actually not allowed. The heavenly god of origin had given them the task of staying alive and hiding. There was a certain risk in spying beyond the void, but the unusual phenomenon of the release of the unprecedented energy really piqued their curiosity. Puzzled, they let an energy carrier carry their consciousness across the world barrier. And then there was the consciousness did not bring anything back. It was annihilated the moment it crossed the world barrier. After that, we could no longer hear the faint response of our teacher and the gods. The severing effect of the world barrier was also raised to the extreme without us knowing. Until today, we still have no idea to what extent the world barrier had severed the concept of connection with the void. Brother Lei sighed and continued, Later, it did not seem to be that far away, but we did not know when it happened. There was another unusual energy flicker at the world barrier. It was unusually chaotic. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a chaos attack. The battle probably reached our hiding place, but it ended quickly. It did not break into this place as we had feared. Still, the rules and order seem to have declined a lot after that, probably because the chaos attack had affected the rules of this world. In the past, the worlds that were destroyed by the chaos attack, but not destroyed, would more or less have such a reaction. They had thought that things would end there. Unexpectedly, it was just the beginning of an anomaly, and there was an anomaly in this world that they could not control. First, there was an anomaly in the sacred epiphany. The origin energy often went out of control, and there were strange energy shrieks that spread across the sacred epiphany. But that was just the beginning. We did not evacuate immediately due to our obsession with the great divine statue. As you can see, it was many years later that we all left the sacred epiphany. And when we all left the sacred epiphany, the world became two parts. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. One part is reality with the weakened rules and order. The other part is soul with the rules and order that you are familiar with. Is that so? Brother Lei let out a long sigh and nodded. Until now, we still haven't figured out what happened. The Grand Idol is also left in the Holy Advent Land. Now, we're just trying to contact the Grand Idol in the Holy Advent Land with the idols in the Holy Advent Land from a distance every once in a while. That's all. That's the story of this world. How about it? Don't you have anything to say? He shrugged and laughed. Yun Nuashing, however, narrowed her eyes and shook her head. My intuition tells me something is going to happen here. Brother Lei and the others were stunned. What do you mean? It means darkness under the light. You guys live here, you live here. Maybe you don't know what happened here, but with my intuition, Yun Nuashing took 2 steps forward. That's right, intuition. It was his intuition about the origin. He instinctively felt that there was definitely something abnormal in the sacred manifestation ground. No matter if it was the origin energy going out of control or the origin energy beating them up as soon as they entered, it should all point to something. And the 2 strange phenomena that Brother Lei and the others mentioned. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. She tilted her head and looked at Jing Yun and the others. She said in their souls, the strange energy that they mentioned, the first one should be the void turbulence, and the second one, Jing Yun took a deep breath. If I'm not wrong, it should be the tide of chaos. And the tide of chaos also affected this space. But this space should have an immunity function. Although it destroyed the rules and order of this space, it did not destroy the realms of the people inside. The 10 people that we saw were all in the primeval realm. Yun Nuashing's eyes lit up. Take them back. Jing Yun and Hui smiled bitterly. Brother Lei was confused when he saw that Shun Luo was lost in thought. Yun Nuashing ended the soul conversation appropriately and looked at him. What's wrong with those people? I mean, those souls in the city. They are the souls of those who have lost their lives over the years. Speaking of this, Brother Lei could not help but look serious. Maybe it's because the world barrier has been severed. They can't go to reincarnation, but stay in this world in a familiar place. They appeared with the arrival of the spiritual world. They existed here in the first place, so no one will feel anything unusual because this is the truth. They existed here in the first place. They once existed here. Hui grinned hard. It really sounds like a haunted place. Then he switched to the soul message. So, according to the normal plot, this is some kind of severed effect caused by the tide of chaos hitting the face of this world. Jing Yin scratched her head in distress. That's strange. According to the situation that we have observed so far, the tide of chaos does not seem to have this function. We were affected by it, but we did not see it directly splitting open. That's strange. Maybe Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly. Maybe it has something to do with the world barrier. It may be difficult. We have to see what's going on. While they were talking, the nebula ruins suddenly converged its light. The light blue and orange-red light slowly faded from their eyes, attracting everyone's attention. The nebula ruins quickly shrank its territory under their gaze. In just a few minutes, it shrank to only 1/10 of its original size. Yun Nuoshing and the rest could not help but exclaim. The nebula ruins was so close when they saw it in the sky of Lui's city. It turned out that it was because it had expanded. When the nebula ruins shrank, the strange feeling that Yun Nuoshing had just felt also slowly faded away. Brother Lei and the rest also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's okay now. This time, it may be because of the anomaly that even the Holy Eminence did not want to follow the normal process. We said, what would happen at this time in the past? For example, being beaten up by the origin energy. You are now on alert to avoid being beaten up. Brother Lei was startled. How did you know? Hui and the rest smiled bitterly. How did they know? It was because they had been beaten up before. As for the surface, they could only respond. You just said that the origin energy of the Holy Eminence is rioting. I guess this is the only situation that is worth your attention, right? Oh, that's true. After confirming that the pressure from the Holy Eminence had completely dissipated, Brother Lei and the rest really relaxed. Only then did they disperse the magic circles around them and turn to look at Yun Nuoshing and the rest who had been waiting for a while. Sorry to keep you waiting, foreign friends. We grinned. Oh, not long, not long. Are you done over there? The Holy Eminence has quieted down. There should be no problem in a short time. Recently, it has been in a lot of trouble, and we can't figure it out. Brother Lei sighed, and then turned to look at Yun Nuoshing. Well, let's talk about you, unfamiliar successor. We heard from Sui Feng about you. It seems that you are a little special. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. What do you want to know? Let me think. Let's put aside the reason. The most important thing is to confirm one thing. Brother Lei crossed his arms and looked at him indifferently. He said, Your god of inheritance. Which god is it? You have the reaction of multiple origin energies. It is inconceivable, but what we need to hear is that person. That will affect our future actions. Yun Nuoshing covered his face and rubbed it a few times. This was a difficult question for him. If one were to ask whether he could be considered as an inheritor, seeing how he had been tormented by the things left behind by the gods of origin, theoretically speaking, he could indeed be considered as an inheritor. As for whether he would admit it or not, that was another matter. But if one were to say that he could be considered as one, well, he had not even seen his own god of origin's inheritance, so could he be considered as one? For the time being, after struggling for a while, Yun Nuoshing sighed and spread his hands. For the time being, you can think of me as the successor of the heavenly god of destruction. The tense atmosphere became even more horrifying because of this sentence. Everyone except the cloaked woman gasped. Brother Lei could not help but smile bitterly and murmur, I didn't expect it to be true. Her Eminence was right. What did she say? Foresee that we would come here? We stared at him with a don't joke expression. No. She did not foresee that you would come here. She predicted that we would meet that person's successor. But she did not say when. Brother Lei waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That person is very unusual. All of us, and I mean us and our teacher, thought that that person would not have a successor because we could not find a suitable one. But we did not expect that the prophecy that time could be considered a prophecy for the time being. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled. Are these origin specters done yet? Then what's with the multiple origin energies in your body? Brother Lay hurriedly waved his hand and coughed. I have never seen a successor. There is such an unusual situation, and there are quite a few of them. I also feel that you have my origin energies. It's a long story. Yun Nuoshing's face was full of pain and agony. She let out a long sigh, and her face turned pale. Everyone was shocked by her expression as if they had seen a ghost. It starts from a very distant place. It started from when I met a certain ghost's past shadow. After that, she had been plotting against me. I don't know how much time was saved in the middle. Anyway, when I realized it, I already had these 147 origin energies. In my body, 196 origin energies. A faint voice came from the side, startling Yun Nuoshing. She looked at the cloaked woman blankly. What did you just say? The woman slowly raised her head. Her blue eyes flashed with white stars, reflecting the depth of the void. She stared at Yun Nuoshing and said, there are a total of 196 origin reactions in your body. That is, all the origin energy has gathered in your body. Chapter 1717. A long, long time ago, about 100 billion years ago, the abyssal death mist was wreaking havoc in the middle plane, and the void blockade had been established. At that time, they brought the people from the celestial realm to the void and tried to gather the power of the world of order together. The results were impressive. It was also during that time, as if they were doing something related to the celestial realm of gods. No, it was related to the void, and something bigger. Yes, it was the protection of the heavenly god of origins. At that time, when they were reactivating the protection of the heavenly god of origins over the entire Deyuan realm, it was also because of this that he came into contact with all the origin energy that he had now. He still remembered the things that happened at that time. Although he had been busy fighting in the void for so many years, it was not so easy to forget. After all, the memory was too deep. The incident of the origin energy essence tormenting him was recorded in a small notebook for holding grudges. Although he was not sure if there would be a day where he could cross off his name, he just remembered it first. Then, how many types of origin energy were there? Damn it, he could not remember. The number 147 was something that he came up with later. At first, it seemed that he only had a vague impression from the very beginning. Then he met Jing Nuoshing and talked about the heavenly god of origins. After that, he went to the cloud continent and came into contact with the relic of origins. At that time, he was almost certain that the number was 147. Even if there was an anomaly, this number was also a base number. However, this number referred to the base number of the heavenly god of origins and the relic of origins. Everything was just a guess. After that, he counted the number of origin energy in his body, and it was indeed 147 types. All of this was until now, until he met this woman at this time. She suddenly said a number that he had a slight impression of. His expression was in a trance, and he could not come back to his senses for a long time. There are a total of 196 types of origin energy. That is all that you have in your body. Seeing Yun Nuoshing standing there in a daze, the woman repeated softly. Brole could not help but exclaim with his arms crossed. All of the origin energy in one body. It's unbelievable. I never thought about it before, and probably none of the heirs have thought about it. One type of origin energy is enough to deal with. Who would dare to think about other types of origin energy? Suifeng smiled bitterly. No, it's not a question of whether or not you want to think about it. It's weird and abnormal in the first place, and you're accepting it so easily? After all, I am the heir of Her Eminence. Brother Lay grinned and shuddered when he mentioned that person. Teacher said that we don't need to delve into the matter of that person. We only need to smile when we meet him. Getting tangled up will only make us more confused. If it's related to that person, we only need to accept it and watch calmly. Suifeng smiled bitterly. That's too weird. I just have to smile, and I can't smile. Still, so Yun Nuoxing's unusual presence was due to the excessive amount of origin energy in his body. Suifeng even sensed that his own origin energy was in the latter's body as well, but he thought it was an illusion at first. Yun Nuoxing shuddered and woke himself up. He shook his head vigorously and waved his hand. No, no, no. That sounds weird, no matter how I look at it. I only have 147 types of origin energy, and they are all rooted in my soul. I can't possibly count them wrong. But that's the truth. The woman looked at Yun Nuoxing and slowly walked closer. Her deep eyes looked at Yun Nuoxing. A moment later, she reached out her white palm and pointed it at his face. Energy gently surged. Unusual. A part of the origin energy is sealed. You can't recognize it, but it doesn't stop us from finding it. Hui crossed his arms and muttered to himself. He tried to recall his memories. After a while, he looked up in realization. Ah, come to think of it, I do remember you telling me that there are 196 types of origin energy and something about the capacity of tens of thousands of times. In the end, you said that you put them all into the origin mark. I didn't know what happened to you, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Your little angel should know. The little angel paused. Actually, I don't really remember. I can't see the origin energy clearly. Just like you, I didn't pay much attention to it. Hui looked at Jing Yun blankly. Jing Yun shrugged. I'm not heir. Don't look at me. I don't know more than you. Seal, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After a while, he thought of something. His mind sank into his consciousness and then slipped out in an instant. He jumped left and right for a moment because he did not know what to do. If there was something that could affect him unconsciously and make him have a vague impression of the things in his body and seal them secretly. And the timing was between when he came into contact with all the origin energy and when he went to the cloud continent. There was only one thing that could do that. Only the origin energy essence itself had followed her here, like their shadows. It was elusive, hiding in the dark every day to prepare for a haunting. It was nestled in his body and soul, and even if it did something, he would probably assume that his subconscious had done some sort of processing. In fact, he himself was not aware of the truth. Perhaps that was the case. As for why the 49 origin energy essences were sealed, it was because of the origin energy essence. That's because those 49 types are their energies that are even more superior. At the time, you would already be bearing one type of superior origin energy and could not bear more. Recklessly coming into contact with them would only accelerate your collapse. The voice in his consciousness startled Yun Nuoxing. At the same time, there was a suction force in his soul. He suddenly understood. Following the suction force, he let his consciousness sneak into his soul and stopped in a blank energy space. The blank space was the same as what he saw that day. But unlike that time when there was only a blurry space in front of him, this time there was a slight energy humming echo in the white space. A conspicuous reddish-black energy cluster floated in this space, spreading energy ripples in all directions like water waves. It caused some energy movement in the distant space that could not be noticed. It looked at him and said, "They are all uncontrollable idiots." After everything was done that day, they left a mess, including the energy in your body. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. Are you saying that it was an accident? In the beginning, it was... It began to circle around him and said flatly, "It's just that I did not expect you to be able to withstand those energies flowing freely in your body. No one in the void could do that. You are an extreme and abnormal thing, and it was too troublesome to clean up all those energies. When I found that you could hold those energies, I went with the flow and kept them in your body. But even so, you could not withstand the other energies. That was why I sealed them away and also changed part of your perception to prevent you from thinking about it. Thinking about it, my ass. Who would think about those things for no reason? Do I have a death wish?" Yun Nuoshing was speechless and rolled his eyes. Why would he think about those things for no reason? Although it was true that the origin energy was very useful from the perspective of what had happened, it still could not erase the fact that they had done such and such things to him. It was truly a psychological shadow, a shadow in his soul. Every time something about them popped up, it would magnify his psychological shadow. Even though he was more or less resistant to facing the origin incident without crying and crying, it didn't mean that he wanted to trigger it a few more times. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath, his mind filled with 2 3-digit numbers. After a moment, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart, coughed dryly, and asked the energy before him, "So how many of them are there? Is 147 really just a base number? In fact, there are 196 origin gods, or more." "No, 147 is everything. The other 49 energies of the same origin that you now possess are just inferior products that they left behind to make it easier for them to find a successor. The real ones are still sealed at this moment. Then keep them sealed. Don't open the seal unless it's necessary." Yun Nuoshing felt a strange sensation on his scalp. He had guessed that there were strong and weak heavenly gods of origin, but he did not expect that he could feel it so clearly. As for the 49 types of energy, forget it. Just the superior destruction energy alone was enough to make him want to die. Who knows what the other 49 types of energy? Well, since I've already received a superior energy, and now that I have the light of first with me, I'm actually fine. When time passes, I'll find a good opportunity. This is interesting. Go out and wait for the good news. No, wait a moment. We can discuss this matter again. Don't do anything rash. This is not a joke. Wait a moment. Don't close the door. What kind of good news is this? This is noise. A painful wail resounded through his soul and consciousness. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand, his face pale as he watched himself being thrown out of his soul by her energy and returned to his body in just a second. His face was bitter, and he wanted to cry. This is what should I say? She was hesitating, at first, then observing, then finding it interesting, and now she's starting to torment me just like them. If those 49 energies were to come out like a flood, I would probably spiral into the sky and disintegrate into a pile of ash. Forget it. It seems that I'll have to torment the other 49 energies in the future. That's probably an established fact. Perhaps because his expression changed too quickly and too violently, everyone present was stunned. Suifeng could not help but step forward and ask, "Are you all right?" "Not really." Yun Nuoshing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "But forget it, it's fine. That's my problem. I'll handle it myself. Let's not talk about me first. What's your plan? You've mentioned the next step. You already have a plan? You need our help? Well." Brother Lay scratched his head. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. "We don't know." The cloaked woman shook her head as well. Yun Nuoshing and the others were stunned. "It's not as smooth as what you said just now. We all thought that you've already come up with a plan to deal with the current situation. But, well, you said it was smooth, right? Then it's really smooth." Brother Lay laughed dryly and scratched his arm. From the moment we were sent into this world, we actually don't know when and what to do, whether it's going out or what." He suddenly paused and sighed, a little worried. "Hearing you say that Master and Her Eminence are already, I'm a little lost. I don't know why we've been waiting all these years." Time. More than a dozen epochs have passed. Although we are survivors of that era, according to you, time, information, and other things. Phew. We don't know what the outside world is like right now, and we don't know what we should do right now. Sui Feng and the others let out a long sigh. Their expressions were unnatural, a little downcast, and a little lost. The disappearance of the heavenly god of origin was a huge blow to them. It was as if half of their mental support had suddenly collapsed. Although they did not lose all confidence and fighting spirit, it was inevitable that they would feel dejected for a while. Yun Nuoshing and the others also looked at each other, scratching their heads. For a moment, they were not sure how to deal with the current situation. They exchanged glances with each other for a while, and in the end, it was Jingyun who walked forward and spoke. "Anyway, after you've dealt with things here, come back with us to the front line of the void. Just like how we dealt with chaos in the past, the void of order in this era is also in big trouble. We're severely understaffed, and at this time, we're doing everything we can to find power. I'm also from that era, just like you all, although I'm not an inheritor, and my experience was even worse. My realm was destroyed by the tide of chaos. After I was brought back by my brother, I was at a loss for a while. I couldn't find my place in the void of this era, but I eventually figured it out. There's no need to think about anything. Just do what you should do before. We've fought for our own world, for the void of order, and now is no exception. That has never changed. See, you moved closer to Yun Nuoshing and used her soul to send a message. This is an open declaration that we're going to catch laborers." Brother Lei thought silently for a long time before sighing. "Indeed, it's possible that we can't think of anything if we just stay here. We won't be able to do anything if we just stay passive and depressed. Although we don't know how bad the void of order is, just like how we, as inheritors, cannot avoid certain things. We should also step forward to defend this void." See, you exclaimed. "You agreed so quickly." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. After all, they were people who had fought against chaos for who knows how many years in the previous era. Jing Yun, Brother Lei, and the others were all like that. They had already gotten used to the long war back then, and now they were just rejoining another battlefield. They just needed to get used to it, and everything would not be a problem. In short, they had to accept the reality that the past was gone. If they could not find a way forward now, they just had to try moving forward. A path had to be found, and they could not find a way forward just by standing still. The woman looked at them and said softly, "First, we have to find a way to get out." Well, Brother Lei smiled bitterly. It was a real problem. If they wanted to talk about the future or getting out, they had to get out first. If they could not get out, how could they talk about such things? Being trapped here again, Yun Nuoshing rubbed his forehead and could not help but sigh bitterly. What was the point of keeping people in a place all the time? Although it was to strengthen the concealment of the space, and there was no other way around it, he had to deal with either collecting trash or helping to open the door. And for such a trivial matter, he had to find an old man guarding the mountain gate. Forget it. His self-identity was getting weirder and weirder now. Let's say we're trapped. Brother Lei scratched his arm and muttered, "The world barrier is indeed in a state of being closed to the outside world. Because we have to hide, even the world barrier is sealed." It was the teachers who helped to close the door from the outside. There is also a way to open it from the inside, but we have to return to the place where the great God statue is. Only there can we deal with this problem. But everyone laughed dryly. However, the sacred manifestation land was now occupied by a strange energy phenomenon. It would riot from time to time, and it could make them anxious even though they were separated by the starry sky. They could not find a way to deal with it. They could not even go there. So how could they talk about leaving? The great God statue, well, he had heard them mention it many times. If he did not remember to go to the wrong place in a short period of time, Hui turned his head and looked at the nebula ruins in the distance. His cheeks trembled. So, we have to rush over there. We still have to solve the problem of this world. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. There's something wrong with this world. Otherwise, this situation would not have happened. If we don't get rid of this problem, we can't go anywhere. Hui smiled bitterly. 2 missions at once. One was to go back to the Holy Advent and find a way to open the door. This meant that they had to fight against the origin energy that had beaten them up for no reason. 2 was to solve the mystery and uncover the strange and distorted scene of this world. This was easy to explain. It should be the influence of the tide of chaos. Going around the world barrier once or twice, they should be able to find the source of the disease and then blame it on chaos. This void, right? No matter what happened in the void of order, it would not be a problem to blame it on chaos. If there were any objections, they would be rejected. Don't ask why, just ask why. Order and chaos were irreconcilable. If we're going to the sacred manifestation land, by the way, do you know if there's anything in the sacred manifestation land that would cause an energy riot? For example, some kind of unknown object is guarding that place. Hui looked at Brother Lei and said with lingering fear, he was really scared when he was beaten up by the origin energy that day. Brother Lei crossed his hands and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Energy riot. Although we're on alert, that's only because the sacred manifestation land has an unknown energy phenomenon. If it's a riot, well, as for the unknown object, I really don't know. After we left the sacred manifestation land, we completely lost track of the situation there. After all, it's just a dead zone now. There shouldn't be anything to be concerned about. Even we don't dare to confront the abnormal energy phenomenon in the sacred manifestation land head-on. We can only observe it from the outside and be ready to suppress it at any time. If we really rush in, we might get hurt. One of them frowned. No. The problem over there is actually very obvious. Jingyun waved her hand vigorously. You guys don't know this, but when we first came out of the holy manifestation ground, we were beaten to the ground by the origin energy that had gone out of control. Brother Lei and the others were speechless. At that time, I heard a voice. Feng Qinghuang reminded them softly. Then she pinched her throat and mimicked the voice. Intruders, your arrogance will bring you destruction. Voice. Sui Qing's eyes flickered. She turned to look at Brother Lei and the others. There was hesitation and shock in their eyes. They were a little puzzled. They had been observing that place for many years. Ever since the abnormality appeared there, they had been keeping an eye on it. However, they had never heard any voice. Feng Qinghuang coughed softly and nodded. Yes, that's the voice. Then it started to beat us up. Looking at the nebula ruins from afar, the light blue and orange-red lights reflected each other. There seemed to be clouds bursting out from the center of the ruins. The center of the ruins was shrouded in a thick layer of clouds. It was very beautiful. However, it was hard to imagine what kind of abnormal changes were happening inside the ruins. It seems that after leaving the sacred manifestation land for many years, the abnormality there has finally changed. Brother Lei rubbed his forehead. Let's keep an eye on it for now. Before that, even if we want to go there, it's still, that's not a big problem. Hui grinned and raised his thumb to interrupt him. Then he suddenly slapped Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. With Feng here, it's not a problem. Yun Nuoxing was still thinking. She was stunned by the slap. In the end, it's just some unknown phenomenon caused by the origin energy going out of control, isn't it? As long as it's origin energy, just leave it to Maple to deal with. After all, he's a guy who carries 196 types of origin energy. There's nothing that he can't handle, no landmine that he can't overcome. I'll throw you into the void, okay? Yun Nuoxing stared at Hui with a fake smile. She wanted to smash Hui's head with a hammer. Hui could not help but scratch his head and laugh dryly. It's the fastest and most convenient way to send you there. Anyway, we're in the void right now. Let's get this over with quickly. I'll leave everything related to the origin to you. Inheritor of the origin nonsense. Yun Nuoxing. Aren't the inheritances getting weirder and weirder? This was the only thing he did not want. Don't add everything into the inheritances. Chapter 17:18. Yu Hui's purpose was very obvious now. He wanted to rush to the holy manifestation regardless of the consequences. That was the core of the core that really affected this world. It was the beginning, the turning point, and the current anomaly. No matter what, the answer they wanted must be hidden there. Perhaps they could find some secrets about the primordial God. Those were secrets that could not be seen under normal circumstances and would not be revealed unless it was necessary. Perhaps they would reveal the reason or meaning of this world's existence. Brother Lei and the others had been guarding this world for more than 10 eras, but they did not know anything. It must be because the timing was not right. Now might be the right time. After all, her inheritor had found this place, and the former's teacher seemed to have mentioned that they would meet her inheritor. This was definitely not a casual remark. Well, it was better to say that this was what he hoped. After all, there were no more clues at the moment. They definitely had to rush over, but there was an inexplicable pressure from the Holy Advent in front of them and the origin energy from the Holy Advent behind them. Although the place was as empty as hell, there was definitely something ghostly there, and it would attack anyone who broke into that place, regardless of whether they had the origin energy or not. Even Brother Lei and the other Yuanshi realm inheritors expressed that they did not want to confront it head-on. That would be fatal. Therefore, how to ensure that the charge did not turn into a charge became the primary problem to be discussed. Hui, how about this? If the inexplicable energy in the Holy Advent can't be transmitted, we will launch a big charge. We definitely can't defeat that invisible ghostly thing, but it's definitely not a problem to withstand 1 or 2 rounds of bombardment. Then we just need to send Maple to his position, and then quickly retreat. Everyone shouted in unison, "Good idea!" Then the plan was decided. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks trembled as he listened to the whole process. He did not even have the chance to object before the plan was finalized. He wondered if they were treating him as a minefield tool. Seeing Hui and the others began to discuss how to take turns to charge through this section of the road, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, then stared at them bitterly. She took another deep breath and ran to the side to draw circles. Sui Feng looked at Yun Nuoxing's indignant face as she squatted and drew circles. After a long while, he finally could not help but laugh dryly. He quickly waved his hand to interrupt the heated discussion. "Well, actually, I have a way to get through safely." Everyone, Sui Qing tilted her head and looked at her brother. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Reliable? It should be reliable, but I've only tried it once. I can't guarantee that the second time will be the same." Sui Feng coughed dryly. Under everyone's gaze, he pondered for a moment before he began to speak. "Actually, that was something that happened many years ago. One night, I sensed a strange energy fluctuation in Lee City. I started to search for it by following the fluctuation, but the energy was very vague. It was as if it was drifting in from somewhere with the wind. I couldn't find it at once, so I had to patrol the entire Lee City. In the end, I came to the statue and confirmed that the strange energy was coming from inside the statue. Out of curiosity, I opened the portal and came here. That day, the Holy Advent was obviously too quiet. Just like now, it's quieter than when we were suppressing part of the energy. So, I went to the Holy Advent in a daze. His sister heard him and glared at him fiercely. "You've got guts, don't you?" Sui Feng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. But that was the truth, and he couldn't refute it. Because I was very careful, I spent a lot of time on the way. I only managed to reach the Holy Manifestation Ground. When I was about to go to the Holy Manifestation Ground, I felt the pressure spreading from the ground. I hurriedly threw away the thought of taking a look at the Holy Manifestation Ground and ran back. When I returned to this platform, the Holy Manifestation Ground had already recovered to its normal level of energy release. Sui Feng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. After that, he thought for a moment to see if he had missed anything. After a moment, he nodded. "Well, that's it. I didn't dare to say anything because I didn't know if it would affect me. After I found out that nothing happened, I didn't want to say anything. But I didn't dare to go there again. No one would know anyway. If I told my sister, she would definitely beat me up. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My ears. My ears are going to fall off." Everyone shook their heads, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as they watched Sui Feng being pulled by his ears to the side for a lecture. That fellow was also a reckless person when his curiosity got the better of him. Even though the Holy Advent was overflowing with abnormalities, he still dared to go there for a stroll because he did not feel any pressure. He was really lucky that he did not get beaten up by the origin energy that had gone out of control. Sui Qing, forget it. Let him explain himself first. There should be some details that he didn't mention. What time is it? Brother Lei couldn't bear to see her grimacing in pain. What time is it? Brother Lei couldn't bear to see her grimace in pain. Sui Qing frowned at that, but could only sigh softly when she thought of the current situation. She let go of his ears that had turned red. "Continue." Sui Feng threw a grateful glance at Brother Lei and continued, "About the time, I didn't notice anything special about the time. I just felt that the holy prominence was as quiet as before. That's why I thought about it. However, I didn't feel anything at that time. The strange aura at that time was very strange. It was like the origin energy had been diluted and mixed with the void. The strange aura was very weak. At that time, the entire platform was filled with that aura. There was no time limit. Brother Lei frowned as he looked towards the nebula ruins. Sui Feng shook his head, but became excited after a moment. If you want to talk about it, it was also in the state of this soul world, here. It had been quite some time. I remember that not long after I returned, the world returned to its normal state. Then you all came to suppress it. We quickly asked, does the abnormality of the Holy Advent appear at a fixed time? Every time the world starts to switch states, it will. Sui Feng nodded at him. When the two states switch, there will be an abnormality. As for the latter part, I don't know when it will suddenly appear, but it usually has a long period of time, so I've never worried about it. I've never tried to deal with it. It's just that every time it's not fixed, the energy explosion will be very intense, just like fireworks in the starry sky. Fireworks! On the other side, Yun Nuoshing stood up when he heard these 3 words. While everyone was stunned by his sudden movement, He quickly walked over. You just said fireworks, right? Sui Feng looked at him nervously. His expression, his ferocious smile. Yes. What's wrong? Can the Holy Advent be lit up like fireworks? Yun Nuoshing pointed at the nebula ruins. His ferocious grin took up half of his face, which made everyone's hair stand on end. The moment he opened his mouth, he lit up the Holy Advent like fireworks. Hui smiled bitterly. He knew that this was the image of a nervous man, hovering on the edge of bursting with pressure. He quickly opened his mouth to suppress the violent tendencies that were about to overflow. That phone. Although we can light up the holy prominence, if we destroy that place, all the things we want to know will also be destroyed. You have to be rational. We are going to dig up history, not destroy the traces of history itself. So what? Yun Nuoshing swung his long hair and crossed his arms disapprovingly. When we first arrived, I lit it up like fireworks, and it was fine. Although I didn't try my best at that time, don't worry this time. I'll definitely do my best to light it up. Everyone was sweating profusely. Hui quickly pressed his shoulder and said, It's different this time. Look at the other side. They're as silent as a pig in a deep sleep. When you set off the fireworks at the beginning, the other side was prepared. So nothing happened. Now that you've set off Starfall, then there's nothing left. Yun Nuoshing thought about it and felt that it made sense. He rolled his eyes and calmed down in a second. He turned and walked away. TSK, boring. Brother Lei was sweating profusely as he watched Yun Nuoshing return to where he was and squatted down to draw circles. He couldn't help but whisper, Is he usually like this? No, that's not it. Hui shook his head, his face half white and half black. He usually acts without saying anything. Maybe he has already lit up the Holy Advent like fireworks. Brother Lei and the others were speechless. He was indeed the successor of the god of destruction. His ability to destroy and destroy was engraved in his bones. Ahem. Anyway, where were we? Brother Lei was sweating profusely as he changed the topic. Sui Feng quickly said, It happened at the end of this period. Oh, by the way, it's about time. The Holy Epiphany is also very peaceful. I think it's about time for us to make a trip there. Hui raised his hand. We don't know much about your world, but every time you switch to the spiritual world state, it only lasts for a short period of time. Because this is an unexpected situation, we can get some clues from the rules. That's the rule we found after experiencing hundreds of thousands of transitions. Every time the world transitions, a new rule will appear in the conceptual level of the rules. When it disappears, it means that the transition this time is over and the next transition is about to begin. However, there will occasionally be unexpected situations. When the rule burns more than half to two-thirds, there will occasionally be this kind of transition in advance. It's just that the number of times is not many. It may have happened 3 to 5 times in millions of years. Brother Lei waved his hand and explained. Hui was still sweating profusely. Anyway, it's a very magical world. Have you ever thought about why? The state of this world was obviously not normal. It kept switching between two states, and even the strength of the rules and order kept switching. The beings living here did not seem to be affected, but, well, it did not seem to be affected. After all, they were a group of descendants of the gods, and were protected by the origin energy. Even if the environment kept switching between stable and abnormal, it might not affect them much. If it was a normal world, the world's rules could be switched casually. Even if the cycle was stable, the life inside would not be stable. It was simply killing them. Yes, I have thought about it, but I can't figure out what caused this world to become like this. Brother Lei spread his hands and sighed. The heart of the world is normal. The conceptual layer of the rules is normal. Other than the power of the rules and order being weakened by the impact of the tide that you just mentioned, there is nothing else. Well, although the abnormality itself exists here. And the fact that we can't touch the abnormality is proof that the abnormality is powerful. But after so many years, well, I really didn't find anything wrong, except for occasionally switching to the spiritual world and having an out-of-body experience. Hui and Jingyun could not help but smile bitterly. The abnormality happened so often that they simply treated it as a part of their daily life. But forget it, let Yun Nuoxing find a way to solve it. When it came to the origin of things, they did not quite understand. So, shall we go over now? A cold voice rang out from behind, causing everyone to shudder. They turned to see Yun Nuoxing standing at the edge of the platform, looking at the sacred Advent site shrouded in the nebula ruins. She turned to look at them. I think now is a good time. Maybe we can go there without much effort. Suifeng quickly nodded. Agreed, agreed. Time waits for no man. Let's go and have a look. Don't hesitate like I did last time. By the time we get there, we won't have time to do anything else. All right, then I'll go first. As soon as she said that, a colorful light flashed, and the figure disappeared from sight in an instant. Even her aura was far away. She even left an energy mark as a beacon. Everyone was speechless. Isn't that guy a little too efficient? Phone. Why does this guy lose control every time he encounters something related to the origin of things? Hui slapped his face in distress and smiled bitterly. And every time I lose control, the behavior is different. Sometimes I'm in a state of madness. Sometimes I'm in a state of stone. What is this time? This should be restlessness? She suddenly became impatient and irritable. It's probably because of the origin energy. Didn't you always say that the origin energy has become a spirit? The part that remains in the body has the origin mark. It's like something that's hidden in the body, subtly influencing the body. Maybe after coming into contact with the origin energy of this world, it started to become a little restless. All of these together became the impatient appearance of the little brother. Jingyun shrugged and turned to follow. Anyway, let's go and have a look first. I'm afraid that the little brother will tear the sacred Advent site apart if we're late. Everyone was shocked when she mentioned that. They immediately rushed over without caring about what they had just discussed. The nebula ruins. There was a bit of a mysterious aura in this place. It didn't feel very good. It was like something in the world of order had encountered the energy of the void of chaos and was corroded and turned into a rotten state. In short, it was very mysterious and not suitable for eating. But to say that it was the residual stench of the collision between the power of order and the power of chaos, it didn't seem like it. The residual stench of the collision between the two powers of order was that kind of obvious stench. Just by smelling it, one would know that it was not at the level of not good. It was at the level where even the god of destruction would find it disgusting and avoid touching it. And the aura in the nebula ruins, it was a strange, in short, it was strange. It was probably the same level as smelling one's own smelly feet. Well, as long as it was not smelling someone else's. Well, his mind went on a rampage again. But this should not be entirely related to him. As for why he was rushing over in such a hurry, it was not his own fault. That day at the continent of origin, he had more or less dawdled a little. Now, he simply went along with the will of the origin energy spirits. A group, it was really a group. Not only 9 types of origin energy had a reaction, there were at least 17 or 18, no, 20 types of origin energy spirits were urging him to go over, rushing through the nebula ruins. Haorun was brought to the Holy Epiphany without having to look for it himself. It was still the same tiny star system and the same planet. Other than the eerie dark green color, It looked like it was going to be haunted at any time. There were no other unusual changes. Oh, no, there were other changes. This planet was filled with the breath of life. Stopping in front of the entire planet, Yun Nuwa planet, overlooked the entire Holy Prominence land. It was just an ordinary-sized planet with life, and there was nothing special about it. Last time, he was chased away in a hurry, but this time, he had the chance to take a second look at it. Yun Nuashing suddenly narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to go down, Hui and the others rushed over. Phew! Feng, slow down. We can't be like you, who can charge around here without any scruples. Anyway, all of you were planning to rush over here. It's nothing. Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned to look at Brother Lei and the others. Where is the great God statue? You can see it when you go down. It just so happens that it's right here. Brother Lei pointed downwards, but hesitated for a moment. But this feeling doesn't seem too good. Was it like this when you came here the last time? The last question was directed at Suifeng. At this time, there were a lot of souls floating above the Holy Prominence. They were all stunned. Suifeng quickly replied, No. The last time I was here, there was no such abnormal situation. Yun Nuashing also felt strange and tilted his head to ask them. According to what you said, this world's reincarnation cycle has been cut off, and those souls have all disappeared along with their lives, leaving their souls where they were. Was it so tragic when we left the Holy Advent land? The strength of these souls are not ordinary life. Nope. Brother Lei scratched his head, puzzled. There were no twists and turns when we left the Holy Prominence. When we first felt that something was wrong, we started to divide the new place. Then we moved normally. Finally, when we did a head count, no one was missing. How could there be so many souls here? Yun Nuashing also threw a questioning look at the woman. The latter seemed to understand what he meant and shook her head, indicating that she did not know. He felt helpless. Anyway, let's go down and have a look. We'll talk after we find the great God statue. Yun Nuashing subconsciously looked around. Blue sky and white clouds, but there was no one there. Dark green covered the entire sky. That cloud-like mist drifted all over the world. Perhaps it was because the Holy Manifestation Land was the center, but the oppressive atmosphere here seemed to be more intense. When they first floated in the starry sky, they could not feel it so clearly. Their vision was less than 100 meters away, and they could not see anything else. It was as if they had bumped into a thick fog or a sandstorm. Is the environment of the Holy Prominence not good? Siyu's voice suddenly rang. Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuashing laughed awkwardly and quickly pulled Siyu to his side. He reached out and knocked on her head. Then he looked at Suifeng. A third of the big guy's face was blended in the dark green fog. Only a pair of eyes that were releasing weak energy could be seen. It was weird. The last time you were here, it's different. It was blue sky and white clouds last time. That's right. It was blue sky and white clouds when the world was in the soul state. It was not like this. Suifeng quickly waved his hand. We can't even sense anything in this situation. Do we have to rely on our eyes to find the way? By the way, can you still recognize the way now? Yun Nuashing sighed. Well, it's not the first time something like this happened. Brother Lei scratched his head. Although I want to say that we can find the way with our eyes closed. It's probably in this direction. Probably. Suifeng suddenly asked, Reliable? Brother Lei smiled bitterly. Not really, but I remember it should be this way. When I came down, I deliberately aimed in this direction. Suifeng looked at him and suddenly sighed deeply. She shook her head. I'll do it. Let's go. Everyone laughed awkwardly and scratched their heads. They quickly followed behind the cloaked woman and moved forward in the thick fog. However, not long after, Feng Qinghuang whispered, "It seems like oh, a soul is coming towards us. I can feel the presence of life. We will see it soon." "It can't be that they saw us when we came down, right?" Sui Feng murmured. "Sis, hurry up and see what we should do now." "Hide. Let's see." We quickly walked forward. The divine energy on his body surged, hiding the group of people under the energy. Then, a few blurry block-shaped shadows emerged from the thick fog. When they got closer, they could see that they were human figures. The soul aura on their bodies was completely exposed. Ordinary. They looked like ordinary people, but according to Brother Lei, those who lived in the sacred land were the first ones to be thrown in. There was no such thing as ordinary. Therefore, when a few seemingly harmless souls appeared in front of them, they were even more shocked. They couldn't figure out the reason behind it. While they were in a daze, Yun Nuoxing moved to Jing Yun's side, nudged him with his elbow, and placed something in his palm. "Help me decipher this. It seems to be the first divine language." Jing Yun lowered her head and looked at the palm of her hand. She muttered to herself for a moment, then said with some hesitation, "This seems to be a rune made using the earliest divine language. It's not complete. There aren't many people in our era who can use this kind of thing. Little brother, where did you get it?" "I saw it by accident. Can you try to interpret it and see what effect it has?" Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky that was blocked by the fog. The middle doesn't look like the middle, and the edge doesn't look like the edge. I think I can see the effect of a seal. There is also the mark of time. Other than that, I don't think there is anything else. If it is more complete, I should be able to see it more clearly." Jingyan scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. "I'll try to look for it." Chapter 17:19. The dense fog drifted in the entire space, as if it had divided vision and cognition into two parts. One part was the dark green in the air, and the other part was the dim yellow on the ground, the dark green that covered the sky, and the sun had divided the sky and the earth into two things that could no longer be touched. It swallowed the light of the sun, the moon, and the stars, and covered everything with a layer of gauze. Even if they could see it, they could only see vague shapes. As a group of non-human things that were out of the norm, they could only extend their vision and senses to less than 100 meters. God knew what method the souls that remained here were using to find their way in the thick fog. As the blurry figures came closer, they gradually became clearer in the dark green fog. Yun Nuoxing came forward to take a look, and then shook her head at the others. Ordinary souls. They do not have the energy of origin. Brother Lei and the others were even more confused when they heard the confirmation. In this world, they had never seen any souls that did not have the energy of origin. In this large world that was completely covered by the energy of origin and the laws of origin, a group of beings that did not have these two types of aura appeared. What did that mean? Well, he did not know what that meant. Logically speaking, they should not exist. The dimension that was created by the heavenly God of origin had the energy of origin in its laws. In other words, the energy of origin was the main energy of this world, accounting for more than 90% of the energy composition of the entire world. The laws of this world were also the framework of the laws of origin. Under such circumstances, even if the life was just an ordinary person, it would sooner or later be influenced by the energy of origin in the laws of heaven and earth and be tainted with this aura. Going against the laws of the world, they were not the life of origin or anything. They don't look any different from the people in our own territory. Their clothes are familiar, and they still have the same style. Sui Feng whispered, By now, they could clearly see the appearance of the group of people who were only a dozen or so meters away from them. He curiously looked at the people who were about to pass by. The more I look at them, the more I feel that there is nothing different, except that they do not have the energy of origin on them. Yun Nuashing tilted her head to look at him, and then at the people who were still approaching. They were 5 young people, 2 men and 3 women, since they were in soul form, and probably due to the influence of the dark green fog, they looked light, and their bodies were more transparent. Unlike the group of people who could see behind their hands, their forms were more solid. Their clothes therefore looked light, but it was not much different from the clothes of the people in Lui City. They were all in the style of the divine realm of the mythological era. Jing Yin also wore similar clothes, and there were a lot of them in Lui City, so it was quite easy to recognize them. As for their appearance, well, there was not much to say. There was nothing strange about them. Their bodies were the same as well, just the form of an ordinary person. They appeared here like normal and were having a normal conversation. They talked about the weather, the market next door, and the thick fog. However, they didn't seem to be affected at all as they walked in the dark green fog. They didn't seem to know that there were more than a dozen people hiding here and spying on them. Wait a minute, what's the market next door? Sui Feng was startled. He suddenly realized that something unusual had been mixed into the conversation. The market next door is the market next door. Why? Do you want to see if there is a discount, or if you buy more and get more free? Do you want to get 2 tons of local specialties to bring back? Yun Nuashing casually replied, and waved her hand to follow Sui Feng. The others quickly followed behind. Sui Feng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. I just feel that, a market in this place is a little weird. Look at this place. It doesn't look like a normal place. It doesn't look like a normal place of life. Life born from abnormal rules and environment naturally has to find a place for themselves to live in abnormality. Although their appearance is not what you and we expected, the Holy Eminence clearly has a lot of breath of life, and the souls of Lui City would also live a normal life here. How could the souls here suddenly be special? They are people with families, jobs, old and young. They eat, drink, and go to the toilet at irregular times and have to talk about daily necessities and squeeze out money from their daily meals to buy a barely passable house. This is their normal, but it is far from what we know, so it is abnormal. In their eyes, we are the abnormal. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said flatly, if you want to listen to the lecture, I will nag you about the life and death of the billions of races in the void. Sui Feng was stunned by her words. After a long while, he waved his hand awkwardly and said, No need. I am just a little. Well, I am bound by my cognition. It's my fault. When his sister heard this, she suddenly sighed and said earnestly, Lu Yeqing is still alive. Maybe it's because he's lucky. Sui Feng laughed dryly. They followed the small group of people in front of them and walked around in the fog. The 5 of them seemed to know the way and were not affected by the fog at all. It was estimated that walking in the fog had already become an instinct. Yun Nuashing and the others had been following behind them. Firstly, they wanted to see where they were going and, at the same time, see what kind of situation Shang Xiandi's soul was in. Secondly, they couldn't recognize the way. If it wasn't for someone passing by who could give them a ride, they might have been lost in the dark green fog for half a year. Judging from the size of the 5 people's backpacks and their conversation, they should have just arrived from the neighboring city or town. The journey would only take about half a day to a day and a half. For ordinary people, this amount of equipment was more than enough to cover the journey, unless they took their time and stopped. Well, that's not right. The backpack was obviously not an ordinary backpack. There seemed to be the power of space flowing inside it. Perhaps the space inside the backpack was bigger than expected. As for what they were going to do, Zhang Heng was not very clear from the content of their conversation. He only heard that they had prepared something special. Other than that, there was no other information for the time being. They were still talking about ordinary topics, but the topic suddenly changed after a while. By the way, isn't the mist for the past 2 days a little too exaggerated? We have been walking this path for a long time. If we don't pay attention, we won't be able to find the familiar places. It's hard to get lost in this place. The lanky young man at the front suddenly changed the topic. I don't know if the mist will affect the time. Well, I hope we won't miss the time because of some weird reason. The young man behind him immediately responded, "Don't worry, there's no need to rush. There's still a lot of time. Moreover, the preparations of the people above are definitely beyond our imagination. Maybe they'll already be ready when we get there. They're just waiting for a good opportunity." Timing. Speaking of this, the tall and thin youth suddenly let out a long sigh. Can something like timing really be chosen? I feel that all of this is just up to fate. A long period of time will pass by just like that. After all, it's inconvenient for a soul body. There are many things that can't be done. I'm just worried that the things that are left behind will be used up, and we will have to remain in this state of a lonely soul. The other young man smiled bitterly. He looked at the 3 girls and sighed. That can't be helped. If it really comes to that, it's still too early to talk about it. We still have a lot of chances. The successor will definitely solve the problem. Let's hurry over. Speaking of which, we're heading in the right direction, right? The mist is really a lot thicker. The lanky young man pulled himself together and laughed. There might be some deviation, but the general direction is definitely correct. As long as we can reach Long Moon City, there will be a guiding light. Then, there will be no problem. Yun Nuoshing and the others followed behind and heard their sudden change of topic clearly. Then, they were all stunned. The 5 of them turned their heads in a daze and looked at Brother Lei, and the others who were also stunned and had stiff faces. Then they looked at the 5 people who were about to disappear into the dark green fog because they were stunned for a moment and did not catch up. They hurriedly ran 2 steps to catch up. Hui then said, "Other than you, are there any other inheritors here?" Sui Feng laughed dryly. "Why do I remember that there are only 10 of us? Sis, your memory is better. Look, 10. Sui Qing nodded slightly, and then looked at Brother Lei. The latter smiled bitterly. "I also remember that there are only 10 of us. Could it be that teacher and her eminence have arranged for some people we don't know to be here? That's impossible, right? But isn't this completely unnecessary?" This Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at the others. She moved closer and waved her hand. "Let's wait and see. The primordial god would not do anything meaningless. Perhaps he thinks that it is necessary. For example, in this world, you are the first plan. The other people we have never met before are the second plan." Everyone smiled bitterly. What kind of plan was the second plan? Feng Qinghuang thought for a moment and poked Yun Nuoshing. "Little star, why don't we just make contact?" Yun Nuoshing was startled. He looked at the 5 people who had quickened their pace and were almost jogging. Then he looked at the group of people on his side. After thinking for a while, he nodded hesitantly. "That's possible. Hui, you guys continue to hide. I'll go over with the girl and have a look." He was about to rush out when Hui quickly waved his hand. "Hey, disguise yourself a little. It's 2. Don't worry." With the cognitive blur, the others won't care too much. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand in response and left with Feng Qinghuang. "And see you." Hui and Jingyun smiled bitterly. The latter couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, is it okay to make contact with them? Won't they fight if they can't reach an agreement?" Hui Gang smiled bitterly when he heard this. Instead, he revealed a thoughtful expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly nodded his head. "Actually, it's not a problem to fight. At most, we'll just have to 5 more goods. After that, we can get some information from them. Everyone." He was the kind of person who could fight, but not talk. Sui Feng looked at the 5 people in the distance and sighed. Suddenly, he couldn't help praying for them in his heart. "I hope they are good-tempered." Yun Nuoshing took the 2 girls and ran in the direction of the 5 people. She then dealt with the cognitive blur. As for the clothes, forget it. The cognitive blur was enough. Even if the clothes didn't look like human beings, they would be treated as human beings in front of a powerful cognitive blur. Although the cognitive blur wouldn't be so powerful, that was what it meant. After waiting for the 3 of them to toss around for a while, Yun Nuoshing found a backpack for himself and casually stuffed some things into it to make it bulge. Then, he covered it with a concealment formation. Everything was ready. At this moment, the aura of the 5 people behind him approached unexpectedly. Not long after, the figures of the other party quickly appeared in the thick fog. Yun Nuoshing's body had a faint fluorescent light that flickered with the light of divinity. Even in the area covered by the dark green fog, it was very obvious. The other party almost saw a ball of light appear in the fog as soon as they ran over. It looked like a large group of fireflies had gathered together. Very obviously, the 5 of them were stunned. Obviously, they had never encountered such a situation before. The people in front, are they wanderers with us?" The thin and tall youth suddenly waved his hand to stop them. Then he shouted towards the thick fog. He was a little nervous. The cluster of light in the fog suddenly moved after he shouted. It gradually brightened and seemed to be approaching them. Then a voice quickly sounded, "Hua, we finally met people. Thank the heavens. We got lost before we reached Long Moon City." The cluster of faint glow gradually became weaker as it got closer. It seemed that as long as it was within sight, the cluster of light would dim. Then 3 people barged into their line of sight. They looked a little excited. The white-clothed girl looked so excited that she was about to jump up. Actually, it's not easy to meet people in the Long Moon Wilderness. You guys got lost here?" The thin and tall youth saw that they were indeed people. He was no longer nervous and nodded his head to greet them. I didn't expect this to happen." Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms and looked worried. Her face turned dark. The fog suddenly became thicker. "I couldn't see anything more than 10 meters away. I was really unprepared. We came from a very far place." Feng Qinghuang also started to talk nonsense. Anyway, they were just a group of people who met by chance. Few people would ask a stranger the first time they met. As long as she didn't reveal any serious flaws, it would be fine. We were going to Long Moon City with those. Then, on the way, we suddenly got lost. Well, they came prepared. They were all eavesdropping just now. "Oh, I know. You were also sent to transport goods." I understand. The lanky youth looked at the 3 of them, then looked at the backpack on Yun Nuoshing's back. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Then he pointed in a direction and said, "If it's Long Moon City, it's probably in that direction. If you don't have a pathfinding talent, it'll be difficult to deal with such a thick fog." "There is." Siyu suddenly jumped in excitement. Then she sighed and shook her head. "Originally, there was an accident before we went out. We were afraid that we wouldn't have enough time, so we had to come out first. Unexpectedly, it might not be suitable for us to go on a long journey this year." Yun Nuoxing and Feng Qinghuang also sighed. They looked up at the sky with a worried expression. That's really bad luck. The thin and tall youth couldn't help but sigh. Then he laughed and said, Since we are all going to Long Moon City, why don't you follow us first? Getting lost in the wilderness of Long Moon City is indeed a very uncomfortable thing. Moreover, as you said, it's not good to wait for too long. Yun Nuoxing and the other two quickly nodded and clapped their hands and their souls to show that they were happy to cooperate. Although the situation now looked like the streets were full of wandering souls, and it was quite creepy, this kind of friendly feeling of being able to chat and laugh for a while on the road diluted the scary atmosphere. After all, they were wandering souls now. How could ghosts be scared to death when ghosts meet ghosts? Hui and the others watched the three of them smoothly blend into the group of five from behind. They rolled their eyes, especially that luggage. It was really awkward. We couldn't help but say, Oh my God, Feng already knows how to socialize. Oh my God, really oh my God. There must be something wrong with him. He must have changed into a different person. There is definitely something wrong with this guy. He will definitely set off fireworks in the next second. Jingyun smiled bitterly. No matter what, he is an old guy who has lived for so many years. Even if he doesn't like to talk to people, some of his passive skills must be maxed out. Ugh. Although this little brother is also a unique weirdo in the army among the many people I know, he can be picked out from the void and become a class of his own. After the two groups of people greeted each other, they began to chat. The two women at the back didn't like to talk much, but their small movements and emotions showed that they were listening to the conversation. The young man at the back would occasionally reply with a sentence or two. Only the skinny and tall young man kept on chatting. He talked about the Long Moon Wilderness, Long Moon City, and the time that was about to arrive. Yes, time. On the way, he had mentioned the upcoming time several times. He had mentioned it many times, which made Yun Nuoxing and the others pay special attention and are especially curious. However, they could not find a suitable time to ask. They had preconceived notions that they were here to deliver goods, and this delivery had something to do with this damn time. It was obvious that they could not directly ask questions. They could only carefully contact them from the side, so as not to be treated as some unknown suspicious person. Time. It's almost that time again. Ugh, this is bad. How many days have we been out? Siyu suddenly grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm and waved nervously a few times. Little star, what time is it now? You ask me. We also got lost in the thick fog for so long. Just by feeling the time. I don't know how many days have passed. Yun Nuoxing cooperated and said. Then she quickly looked at the thin and tall youth. Do you still remember how much time is left? I have to calculate this. From the time we set out, it took us 3 days to cross the distant cliff. It took us about 2 or 3 days to cross the wind-seeing shoal. Excluding those at the back, if I count them one by one, there should be, the youth at the back saw that he might not be able to calculate it, so he calmly added, there are still about 3 days left. Yes, but we can reach the Long Moon City today. There is still time. Siyu heard that and heaved a sigh of relief. I hope the legatee doesn't panic because of this little bit of waiting. The rest of the conversation was basically left to Siyu and the two youths to talk back and forth. Yun Nuoxing and Feng Qinghuang also spoke a few words from time to time. So far, everything was peaceful. The two of them turned their heads to observe the wilderness. The dark green fog shrouded the entire sacred prominence. Even if there was a breeze in the wilderness, it was difficult to blow away the thick fog that seemed to be condensed in the air. They did not know what time it was at this time. They could not feel the sun, but according to Qinghuang's intuition of time, it might be the afternoon. She even used her eyes to point out the place where the sun might be, But the sun at this time, even if we can see it, it might be dark green. That little bit of sunlight would probably only make this place look more dark and eerie. Feng Qinghuang shrugged and said in the soul. Yun Nuoxing nodded in agreement. For some unknown reason, this world had fallen into the dark green curtain. It had become extremely strange and unusual. The focus of this world was not on the word world, but the word soul. If one had to describe it, it would be the word ghost realm that people use to scare children. It could also be called the underworld. It was just that. Although the underworld was a little dark, it was not as dark as this place. The underworld's color was dark, but there was still some light. Here, the day was as dark as the night. It was really a place where one would encounter ghosts. Anyway, in this gloomy environment where one would not be able to see anyone if they walked a little further, it was not only boring but also irritating. The lanky young man also thought so. He had been chatting to ease the boredom. After all, there was only thick fog in this place. There was no setting on the ground. Even if there was, they could not see anything. It was as if the whole world had been shrunk to 10 feet around them. Beyond this range, they would be in an unknown territory. Even if they were moving forward, they could not tell whether they were moving forward or backward. Even if they could see 100 meters away, it was still the same. The only thing they could see clearly was the stones on the ground under their feet. There was no repetition of the stones on the ground. The thick fog disappeared in front of them and reappeared behind them at the same time. It was boring and boring. If we don't have the gift of finding our way, we will also get lost here. Do you believe me? Yin Nuoxing said in the soul. Hui and Jing Yin nodded in agreement. If their extraordinary perception, detection, and vision were all reduced to their original state, they could only rely on the intuition of the origin and the heavenly God of the beginning to find their way. Who would have thought that there would be a requirement for the skill of finding their way? It seems that we are almost there. Look, is that a light source? The lanky young man suddenly interrupted the conversation with "See you," and quickly raised his hand to point into the distance. Yun Nuoxing and the others also raised their heads and looked over. In the dark green fog, a faint golden light spot appeared, vaguely illuminating the surrounding fog a little. Looking at it, it was like the dimmest star in the night sky, difficult to discover. Chapter 17:20. The light source hidden in the thick fog was like a starlight seen through a gap in the dark clouds at night. It was not eye-catching, nor was it bright, but it was the most important light in the wilderness shrouded in thick fog. It turned into a guiding starlight and descended. Yun Nuoxing looked towards that direction. She could vaguely see that it was a clear distance from the ground. It was blurry and yellow, and considering that it was the god of origin, had something to do with origins, and had that hue, it should be some sort of golden luminous object. It was just that she could not see it clearly through the fog. Ah, we're finally here. The youth clapped his hands happily, took a deep breath, and coughed violently. Ahem, this fog is really unfriendly. It blinds the eyes and irritates the lungs. Still, there's still a short way to go. We still have to be alert. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He thought for a long time before he reacted. This probably meant that the dark green fog could directly affect these souls, and not just exist here to block their vision. The lanky youth also showed an excited expression and waved his hand. Let's go. Keep it up. We're almost there. As they approached, Yun Nuoxing turned to look at where Hui and the others were, and at the spark in the mist. Seems like there's the presence of origin energy, but it's not the one we sensed the other day. I'm not reacting yet, but what about you guys? Yun Nuoxing asked. Do you have any familiar feeling? The latter part of his words was directed at Sui Feng and the others. His origin energy had yet to react to the presence of its own kind, which left him a little puzzled. In the past, the origin energy would fly and burst into a burst of light to show their existence whenever they encountered another of the same kind. But now, they were already within sight of the fog, and yet there was no movement, which made him wonder if he had seen wrongly. It's definitely origin energy, but I don't recall seeing it. Brother Lay frowned and shook his head. It could be a diluted origin energy. Some god must have modified it to make it easier for the legatees to accept it. That's why I've never seen it, even if it's the same origin energy. The legatees would have more or less met each other once or twice, and they would also have some trivial conversations. As for my impression, well, I don't have any memory of this origin energy either. Sway Foam said. The wisp of star fire gradually approached in the thick fog, and its position gradually rose by a lot. The aura of the origin energy became more obvious. Yun Nuo and the others could also feel that as they gradually approached the place where the wisp of star fire was, their vision and senses were gradually recovering. Perhaps when they really got close, they would be able to return to normal. However, before they really got close to that wisp of star fire, they saw another ball of fire reflected in the thick fog, causing everyone to be slightly startled. The lanky youth and the others seemed to have already gotten used to it. They directly changed their direction and walked towards the new ball of fire. As they jogged, they said, "Let's go. We've arrived at the teleportation point. We'll be able to reach Long Moon City soon." The new ball of fire became very clear in 2 minutes. Even the things around the fire were illuminated very clearly. It was a stone tower-like building, only a little more than 10 meters tall. It had 2 parts. One was a circular base with a radius of 3 to 4 meters, and the other was 2 floating rings. The tower floated above the rings. Its body was like an awl, and the lower part was like a funnel. The top part was big at the top and small at the bottom. And the top part was, well, it was just an ordinary tower top. There was a faint orange-red light hanging on the top of the tower, like a small sun releasing warm sunlight. It was the light that pierced through the fog and released a weak origin energy, but it was very weak. As for the surroundings of the lighthouse, there were some other things. A building that looked like a relay station. Other than that, well, there was nothing else. When they got close, the relay station suddenly opened from the inside. An old man with white hair and beard walked out from the door. He looked hale and hearty. Just from the sound of the door opening and walking out, he probably wouldn't have a problem practicing a set of martial arts here. The old man who seemed to be the guard of the relay station was a little surprised when he saw the 8 of them coming to the lighthouse. Oh, you're here to deliver, right? Recently, more and more people have been coming to Long Moon City. It's almost time. You guys are considered to be quite late. 2 days ago, there were a lot of people queuing up here. The skinny and tall young man grinned and asked unhurriedly, "Old man, how is Long Moon City? The arrangement this time. What else can it be? It's the same as usual." The old man moved his shoulders with his hands behind his back. "But this time, I heard that the inheritor has made a new move. I did some calculations. This time the number of people delivering goods is 10 to 20% more than the last time. Sai, maybe it's because there's not much time left, so he wants to try a new method or directly increase the strength of the equipment or something." The white-haired old man turned around to look at the spark in the thick fog. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh. Last time, phew, all those years of hard work ended in vain. Will there be any miracle this time? I don't even know if the other side can hear me. We can only do it. As for the rest, we can only leave it to fate. The lanky youth also sighed. After chatting for a while, a group of people gathered at the base of the lighthouse. Seeing that the lighthouse was about to be transmitted, Hui and the others, who were just watching outside, hurried over and stood at the back of the base. The lanky young man poked the body of the lighthouse a few times. From the point where he touched, energy ripples suddenly spread out. Then, strands of energy runes appeared out of thin air and were branded on the lighthouse and in the air. A burst of energy surged, and a dim yellow light shrouded the group of people. After a burst of spatial energy surging, there was a feeling of forced movement in their souls. Their eyes were slightly dizzy for a moment. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at a spacious square. Huff, thank the heavens, we finally arrived at this time. The lanky youth patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Then, with his back facing them, he bowed lightly with his hands clasped together as if he was praying. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at the empty space in front of them. Then they turned around and were startled. The object of the lanky youth's prayers was a huge statue, probably as high as 10,000 feet. And the place where they were transported to was directly under the statue. The overflowing source of energy came from the statue, and it looked very oppressive. The great god statue, Yun Nuoshing said subconsciously, "It's not the great god statue." Brother Lei shook his head quickly. They had been taking care of the great god statue in the Holy Land for a long time. They could tell at a glance whether the thing in front of them was the great god statue or not. Yun Nuoshing did not doubt him, but it was a little strange. The statue that was emitting the source of energy should also be the heavenly god of origin. The concentration of the source energy and the laws of origin were thicker than that of the great god statue in Lui City. They could not see the statue's face clearly. Its left hand was hanging naturally, and the right hand was flat on its chest. There was something like a small sun in the palm of its right hand, releasing an extremely sacred golden light. The dim yellow light they saw in the thick fog should be the light of the small sun, compared to the statue itself. The source energy released by the small sun was more majestic, but it seemed to be very diluted, and it did not affect the entire city. This light, this energy, I haven't felt such pure source energy for a long time. It reminds me of the past. Suifoam covered his head with an intoxicated look. Hearing his nagging, Brother Lei and the others could not help but let out a long sigh. They sighed, lamenting the time they had lost. Let's spread out and explore Long Moon City. I always feel that many things here are beyond my imagination. Let's talk through our souls. Brother Lei waved his hand and nodded to Yun Nuoshing. Then the group of people trembled and rushed in all directions of Long Moon City. Yun Nuoshing's gaze followed the direction where they went and looked around. The square where the statue and the worship statue were located was on a hill about 100 meters higher than Long Moon City. However, unlike the spiraling high platform in Lui City, the hill in this square rose steeply from the ground. The whole square was in Long Moon City. She didn't know which direction it was, but in short, it was close to one direction. There were a total of 3 steps in the middle and on both sides of the mountain. The steps converged into one on a relatively large platform halfway up the mountain, and finally went straight to the square at the top of the mountain. It looked like a pilgrimage, but it's strange. After praying, the lanky young man scratched his head in confusion. In the past, when we were teleported, we would go to the city center below. That was also the default situation. Although the great god statue here is also a teleportation point, it is rare for us to be teleported directly here. Is there an accident? Was it an accident that there were suddenly more than a dozen people? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and quickly waved his hand. Maybe it's because of the thick fog. God knows if that strange fog will have any effect. The lanky young man understood at once. Then He gathered with the other 4 people who had finished praying and waved goodbye to them. Then we'll go first. I have to hurry up and send the things to our side. You guys better hurry up too. Well, we'll go after looking around for a while. You guys go ahead. Yun Nuoshing smiled and waved goodbye to the other party. It was a rare experience to be brought along. The lanky young man gave them a good impression, especially when they more or less learned some things from him. After parting ways with this group of people who had temporarily joined them, Yun Nuoshing and the others continued to stand here and look up at the great god statue of Origin. Hui and Jing Yin also came out of their invisibility and looked at it together. There was a moment of silence. What's the situation now? Hui could not hold back his silence and directly asked. You're asking me? I don't know. Other than being sure that this statue is definitely related to the god of Origin, I'm confused about everything else. Yun Nuoshing replied without tilting his head. We don't know what's going on with this abrupt soul world. We don't know who this statue belongs to, and we don't know its relationship with the great god statue. We also don't know what's going on in Long Moon City right now, what the Deliverman is delivering, and what the other inheritors are doing here. Jingyan touched her face and turned to look behind her. There was no one in the empty square at this moment. Long Moon City was full of vitality, and the flow of life aura was converging in another place. Perhaps the matter had unfolded there, and that matter might have nothing to do with the god of Origin. Otherwise, it would have been held in the place where this statue was. It's time to start guessing again. Hui crouched down with his hands behind his head and could not help but grumble. Can't you do something normal? It's so boring to keep guessing every day. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and then sighed. Do you think this is the front line of the void? It's not boring there. There's fighting every day, billions of sparks flickering, explosions everywhere, and there's not even time for you to think about boring things. It's about the god of Origin's junk, the Origin's junk. I've already said it's junk, and you still want to have fun? You're only half a participant, and I'm a participant within a participant. Moreover, I'm a participant within 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 a participant's group. Hui and Jingyun smiled bitterly. This void, number 1 inheritor of the inheritance of Origin, right? Everything related to the Origin would more or less have something to do with him. We're not out for fun. Well, not exactly for fun, although we more or less had the mentality of having fun in the beginning. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and sighed. Jing Yuanji and the others were fighting in the front line, and they were also doing their best to stir up trouble on other battlefields. Both sides were not having an easy time, and could only say so. Don't look at how calm and peaceful they were right now. When something happens, Yun Nuoshing snapped his fingers. Actually, I have a way to solve all these complicated matters as quickly as possible. Hui and Jingyun both came to their senses. They looked away from the statue of Origin and looked at him. Hurry up and say it. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the two of them and said faintly, We're outsiders. Outsiders can see things clearly, but because we're outside the game, we can only see everything on the surface. After all, the deeper matters require the participants to know what everything is, what has happened, and what changes have occurred because of it. Especially when it comes to the Origin, which can easily span more than a dozen eras, millions of trillions of years. If you really tell me that the onlooker sees things more clearly than the participant, I'll hammer you to the Western Paradise with a hammer. You're on the outside looking at the history of more than a dozen eras pasted on your face like a waterfall, and you're telling me that you can see things clearly? We poked him on the back. Speak human language. Yun Nuashing bared his teeth at him. After a moment, he coughed dryly. I'll just send a signal here to lure that damned inheritor over. If you send a signal, I'm afraid you'll turn Long Moon City into Half Moon City. Hui shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. Let's change it. Let's change it. Yun Nuashing frowned and crossed his arms. It'll be more troublesome if we change it. We'll just rush over. Yes, aim at the person who's busy setting up the venue. Find the person in charge and charge at him. That must be the inheritor. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's straight up. If we're not careful, we'll be treated as an uninvited guest who's here to cause trouble. How are we going to talk about the rest? Violent negotiations can work. Yun Nuashing gave him a thumbs up with a calm face. Then he rolled his eyes at him. Anyway, in Lui City just now, we still rushed over in one go. Hui pinched his face and thought about it seriously. It seemed to be the case. Looking at Maple's eager expression, TSK, it was better for him to make a decision quickly, lest this guy's hand trembled and sent a signal in Long Moon City. If that happened, they would have to clean up the mess for others. Then let's rush over. Where's the noise in this place? Hui hurriedly spoke before Maple could make a move. Then he rushed towards the edge of the square and overlooked the entire city from the highest point. His recovered senses covered the entire Long Moon City in an instant. He found the most lively and noisy place at the moment and rushed over without hesitation. Looking at his anxious look, Yun Nuashing shrugged and dissipated the energy gathered in his body. TSK, I can't even set off fireworks after a period of time. Jing Yun and Siyu were both speechless. This guy was really going to set off fireworks. They could feel the dissipation of the energy. Jing Yun followed behind the two and swooped down to the most noisy place in Long Moon City. Just as she was about to land, she suddenly called out to the two people in front of her, "Hey, little brother, Hui Jun, look at that palace." The few of them looked at the place where he pointed. At the side of the very noisy square, there was a big palace about 100 feet high. On the top of the palace, there was a huge word, Conference Hall, written in God's generation characters in midair. It was very obvious. Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. You want to change the place. In theory, the possibility of the person in charge of the home ground being there is higher. Jing Yun shrugged. As he spoke, he tilted his head and looked at the very noisy square below. There were ordinary people outside the square who seemed to be helping to transport something. There were also people who were busy building something in the square. It seemed that they were not ordinary people who were creating something. And don't you think that rushing to the square below will cause too much panic? At this moment, they were still invisible. Yun Nuashing and the others walked around the big palace a few times. In the end, they found that they couldn't see the situation inside the palace from the outside. Hui wanted to walk around the palace twice. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and pulled him to the entrance of the conference hall. Then she walked in from the main entrance while invisible. It was interesting that the entrance of the conference hall was not closed. The big palace was actually divided into several areas. Yun Nuashing looked around and led the others to the place with the strongest breath of life. Hey, little star, I feel a familiar breath of life. Feng Qing Huang suddenly pulled Yun Nuashing and pointed to the front. It was the place where they were about to go. They were startled. They quickened their pace and went through the closed door. What entered his eyes was a brightly lit hall. There was an obviously elongated table in the hall, and a vague figure was engraved on the wall in front of him. Looking at the outline, it was 90% similar to the statue in Long Moon City. There was also a ball of light in the palm of the statue. It wasn't too dazzling, but the posture was different. The statue's hands were placed up and down, and the ball of light was jumping between the two hands. A weak source of origin energy sprinkled throughout the entire hall. The door of the hall was sealed by a force. It took them a little effort to pass through. When Yun Nuoshing and the others went in, they found that there were two people standing in the hall. One was a young man in a standard black robe, but his hair was white. Although he was a soul, his body was solid like theirs. At this moment, he was standing behind the table under the relief. His hands were pressed on the table. He looked embarrassed and excited. Inheritor. We glanced at him and said subconsciously. Without saying a word, Yun Nuoshing strengthened the effect of the formation and wrapped himself tightly. This action made Hui and the others understand that they had encountered an inheritor. If it was not the origin energy that trembled, it would be the origin relic that trembled. If they did not quickly strengthen the shield, they might be discovered. The white-haired young man suddenly looked in the direction of the door and frowned slightly. After he found that nothing was wrong, he looked at the person across the table. Standing in front of the white-haired inheritor was a tall young man. The clothes, the appearance, the side of his face. Damn it, wasn't he the young man in the 5-man team who had just parted ways with them? The one who had been talking to the skinny and tall young man. Damn, how could they do something like meeting a god? Hui poked Feng's arm hard. Is this guy an inheritor too? Let's take a look. No, it can't be. I've been using the cognitive blur on the way here. I didn't shield myself. If he's an inheritor, he would have seen the abnormality on me, and I can feel the abnormality on him too. At first, their attention was on the lanky young man who led the way, and they did not take a closer look at the person standing behind him. Now, they finally had the time to take a closer look. The person was wearing the same uniform as the white-haired inheritor, but it was a light green robe. He had short black hair and a translucent body. Other than the uniform of the robe, there was nothing different about him. At this moment, the two of them were clearly quarreling to the point where their necks were flushed red. The white-haired inheritor gritted his teeth, and a faint amount of origin energy emanated from his body. The green-robed youth standing in front of him, however, refused to back down and glared at him. It was obvious that they were getting into a fight, completely unaware that there were 5 onlookers standing by the side, watching them. The white-haired inheritor seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly relaxed. He took a step back and clenched his fist on the table. In short, I will never agree with your idea. Even if you are willing, I will not let you out until the last moment. We still have a lot of time. We still have 7 or 8 chances. There will be a response from the other side. There's no need to. We have been waiting for a few eras. The green-robed young man said softly, "This is an opportunity to kill the life of this world. We can't just let the conditions of this world go to waste. We need to go there ourselves. Before the grand vision is established, no one can see us even if we go there directly." The white-haired inheritor said in distress, "We have already tried it once. It was not the right time. Maybe it was not the time set by the origin heavenly god at that time. Then how do you know that it is the right time this time?" Intuition. The green-robed young man stared at him and took a deep breath. Based on the strange phenomenon a few days ago and the strange phenomenon this time, the world may be changing. We need to make a decision as soon as possible. If we can't go to one territory, then we will go to all 9. One of them will be able to hear us. The white-haired inheritor slammed his hand on the table. "You are gambling with your life. You are gambling with the void. Anyway, we have already done it once, haven't we?" The green-robed young man shrugged and laughed freely. Yun Nuoshing and the other four were dumbfounded. Chapter 17:21. The void was quite nonsensical. It talked about probability, possibility, and everything else. The only thing was that it was unreasonable and illogical. The void was used to being free and did whatever it wanted. Anyway, there was no special person who could restrain it and let it do whatever it wanted. Everything in the world would happen randomly, just like what was happening now. Originally, they just wanted to end the battle quickly and rushed to the conference hall to find the inheritor to talk about something. In the end, they found the inheritor, but also an inheritor who did not look like an inheritor. Listening to their conversation, they started with the topic of, "You are gambling with the void." It was really quite exciting. The void said, "I'm good at playing with probability. Do whatever you want. I lose if you follow your heart." Although they did not know what the green-robed young man bet with the void, it should not be a good ending. At this moment, he looked like an inheritor, but also not an inheritor. It was probably the after-effect of the gamble, something like that. And the topic they were talking about seemed to be quite high energy, waiting for several eras, killing the life of this world, going to the 9 territories, and so on. These things felt a little high energy when put together. Brother Lei and the others did not know that there was such a strange world in Shangxian, but the people in this world seemed to know about the existence of the 9 territories on their side. When they mentioned the sound, it felt weird, but it seemed that everything sounded very simple. Amazing! This is the beginning of some trouble. We couldn't help but mutter, "Can't we just encounter some normal things? This, what is this? I can see you and you can't see me, but I'm trying my best to find you and let you see me. Are we playing hide and seek here?" Yin Nuoshing kept staring at the green-robed young man. After a while, she said, "I seem to have found some clues with the observer's eye and the power of origin. He should have been an inheritor. He used to have the power of origin and was directly guided by the heavenly god of origin. But the remaining energy in his body, this energy wave, it seems that he has abolished the power of origin." Abolished? Hui and the others were stunned and almost jumped up. "What do you mean by abolished?" "Inheritor. The power of origin and the laws of origin are directly inherited and received from the heavenly god of origin. The whole process of familiarizing oneself with the power of origin is the inheritance stage. Unless one becomes a part of the heavenly god of origin, the whole inheritance process will not end. And an inheritance process that does not end is like the process of creating a new world. It can be cut off at any time. All you need to do is..." Yin Nuoshing spread out her right hand and pinched it hard. "Destroy it. After all, one's body is the main stage of the inheritance. It is very easy for one to destroy something in one's body. However, he didn't destroy it. After all, it's origin energy, and he doesn't have the ability to do that. So he probably abandoned it and gave up on it. The entire inheritance process. Well, he didn't just throw it away. He dug it out from his body. Throughout the entire process, he peeled off a part of his tendons and flesh, riddling himself with holes and turning himself into what we see now. If we look at him with origin energy, we can see that his body and soul have been greatly damaged from the inside out. He looks like a cracked porcelain doll, densely packed with cracks. As for what he did, Yin Nuoshing shrugged. Maybe it had something to do with what they were discussing at the moment, or maybe it was something else. For an inheritor to give up his power of origin as the basis to do something, it was either related to the origin or the chaos of the same level. He did not feel the latter for the time being, so it could only be the former. Combined with what they had just talked about, he could almost make up 70 to 80% of it. Hui opened his mouth a few times, trying to speak, but he could only mumble some incomprehensible syllables. For a long time, he could not say anything. This matter was originally confusing. This seemingly ordinary world that was created by the heavenly god of origin to preserve the seed seemed to have undergone some unknown changes. It was a very deep and complicated change, but it was also very simple to put the change in front of them, and they felt helpless and helpless. They did not expect it to involve so many things. From what they saw now, other than attributing the source to the turbulence of the void and the tide of chaos, they might not really understand what was wrong with this world even if they continued to explore. No, but these conditions were clearly laid out in front of him. They were simply laid out in front of him in a straight line, but he still felt that something was not quite right. It seemed that there were still many things that he did not understand. The white-haired inheritor and the green-robed youth were still a little agitated. Although they tried to suppress it, they would unconsciously raise their voices when they spoke and unconsciously argue again. After a long time, they still could not come to a conclusion. The latter was stubborn and could not be changed, while the former refused to agree because of these things that he still did not quite understand. However, what was said here was roughly what they had just thought. As for the details, they had not yet found out. In short, the green-robed youth felt that the turbulence in the world and the phenomenon in the sky meant that something was wrong. He felt that this was a good opportunity and was ready to find the inheritors who could not see them. However, the white-haired inheritor probably wanted to maintain stability. Perhaps this process would require some consumption or sacrifice, and he did not want to see it, so he kept disagreeing. He was trying to persuade the green-robed youth, but the latter was still stubborn, and the white-haired inheritor was still trying to persuade him. After a while, they quarreled until their faces were red and their necks were thick. As for the 5 onlookers, well, at this moment they were still eating the melon in a daze. They could not find any point of entry, so they could only continue to eat the melon. I'll say it one more time. The white-haired inheritor slammed his hands on the table, his face sullen. I will never do it, nor will I allow myself to agree to your reckless actions. You're not some savior, and neither are we. We still have our own mission, and before that mission is completed, we will not easily give up on ourselves. See, you could not help but say, that table is really hard. It did not break even after being slammed dozens of times by an inheritor. Yun Nuashing and the others were speechless. Why was this girl's focus so skewed? So you want to give up on this world? 1 foot in exchange for 1. The green-robed youth crossed his arms. You know, this world cannot hold on for much longer if we don't cooperate with the other side. That's not what I meant, but we can still. As the white-haired inheritor spoke, his face suddenly turned pale. Without any warning, he slumped into the chair behind him, causing the green-robed youth to be stunned. He hurriedly walked forward and asked with concern, Your origin law, even you? It was obvious that he was concerned for the inheritor. One could even see the expression on his face change. Furthermore, it was even more resolute. It was as if he had to make a decision at this moment. He did not even want to discuss it anymore. Yes, they were familiar with this expression. There was someone beside them who had this expression every day. The white-haired inheritor placed his left hand over his eyes and raised his right hand weakly. He slowly took a few deep breaths before speaking softly. I can still hold on for a while. Phew, as long as you don't piss me off first, I can still hold on. The green-robed young man shook his head helplessly and heaved a long sigh. Listen to me. I've seriously considered the relationship between the two. On one hand, we have to suppress the turbulence and disorder of this world, and on the other hand, we have to extract power to connect with the other side. This is overdrafting the power of this world to the limit, and it's a double overdraft. We might not even be able to wait for the so-called time before we meet our end. Listen to me. I really think that the hope this time is very, very, very big. You've seen the anomaly a few days ago. You've seen it with your own eyes. I know. Of course, I know. The white-haired inheritor lowered his left hand. His deep, pale eyes stared at the youth before him. He muttered to himself, and his voice became heavier. But you also know, you and I both know that some things might have already. I don't even hope that it will happen. I only think that the 9 of them might have tinkered with something. Perhaps they might have found some key factor. Hope. The green-robed youth laughed bitterly. What hope? Since he learned the truth, there was no such thing as hope. There was no hope, no hope. However, the quest still had to continue. This world would not come to an end so quickly. At least, it would not be now. A vast energy suddenly came from outside the conference hall, causing both of them to turn their attention away. The green-robed youth sighed at the sight. It's starting again. How many times has it been? A few hundred or a few thousand? 2,412 times. I remember all of them. The white-haired inheritor looked out of the window. Dazzling energy radiance burst forth from the plaza outside the conference hall. After brewing for a moment, it turned into several resplendent energy pillars that shot up into the sky. Vast amounts of origin energy erupted from the pillars of light. Even the dark green fog outside Long Moon City was mostly dispersed because of this. That surging and mighty energy beam rushed straight towards the starry sky. After reaching a limit, it exploded at the end, turning into a huge circle of energy that spread towards the starry sky. As it spread out, an unusually surging origin energy suddenly descended into the starry sky. It fell from the sky, causing Yun Nuoshing, Old Brother Lei, and everyone else to be shocked. Everyone in Long Moon City raised their heads and looked towards the mighty energy beam that pointed towards the sky. Oh no, I forgot to remind you about the time. Now that it's time to cut. It didn't convert back. That strand of law has been burned out. Suifeng's panicked voice suddenly rang out through the soul transmission, causing everyone to be shocked. But what happened? Why did such a large amount of origin energy suddenly appear? Everyone was silent. They didn't know what had happened. Yun Nuoshing and the others also didn't know what to say. This feeling of climbing halfway up a mountain was already exhausting, but when they looked up, they could only see the top of the mountain. But when they turned around and prepared to go down, they felt that it was a pity. They really didn't know what to say. The white-haired inheritor and the green-robed youth looked out the window for a while. The latter was stunned. That's not right. Isn't there still 2 more days? Why did it happen so early? He didn't finish his sentence. He saw the smile on the former's face and suddenly understood. So, you also knew about the abnormality this time. That's why you didn't hesitate to use yourself to force this time. The white-haired inheritor leaned back in his chair and said faintly, as you said, this world isn't finished yet, and we are inheritors. There are some things that no one else can do. I'm not like you, reckless and stubborn. Although I'm not sure if this hurried call will attract the other side's attention. At least it's a necessary attempt, isn't it? The white-haired inheritor yawned lazily. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh. Phew, tell me, what is your special idea? I know you're stubborn and won't listen to my advice, but if you don't squeeze out a plan of a few hundred words to brush me off, I'll hold you down here even if it means both of us will suffer. The green-robed young man was silent for a moment, as if he was hesitating whether he should say it or not. But under the watchful eyes of the white-haired inheritor, he chose to be honest. He first took out a palm-sized green-blue, glass-like object from his pocket and put it on the table. Yun Nuoshing stared at him. Hui and the others also grimaced with a ferocious look on their faces. The green-blue glass fragment was the fragment that led them here. You even took out this thing. The white-haired inheritor was also stunned. He looked at the shard and then at the green-robed youth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If your teacher is here, he'll hang you up and beat you up. He has a good temper. At most, he'll say a few words or hang me up and beat me up. The green-robed youth thought for a while and spread his hands. I think he'll tell you guys to come over and beat me up. The shard should be able to resonate with the origin energy to the greatest extent. Maybe there's a way to get their attention. If there's no way to let them know about the anomaly, we can use the shard to get their attention. That way, maybe there's a way. The white-haired inheritor looked at him for a while, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then he shook his head and sighed. That day has been a long time. Since that day, the origin energy and the origin law have shown signs of falling into a deep slumber. Over the years, they've either gone out of control or slumbering. We don't know what's going on the other side, but the connection between the inheritors has weakened a lot due to the anomaly of the origin energy. Some things disappear just like that. Even if you use this thing, you might not be able to connect with them on the other side. And if you fail, you'll have to float alone on the other side, slowly, bit by bit, and watch yourself die little by little. I'm already prepared for that. The green-robed youth shrugged and said, solemnly, I'm not the only one who's left over the years. Instead of standing here and watching everything slowly go out of control and into destruction, why don't we give it a shot? What if we succeed? What's the difference between that and not having a plan at all? The white-haired inheritor jumped up from his chair and slammed his hands on the table. Haven't you thought about other possibilities? It's easy for you to run away without saying a word. You're leaving me alone to clean up the mess. Not bad, you bastard. The green-robed youth thought about it seriously. At least this time. I'm bringing the shard with me. That should be a difference. Besides, it's fine if it doesn't work. With me around, there should be less pressure on the other side. It can also buy you and this place more time. But from now on, it's going to be hard on you alone. The green-robed youth sighed and patted his shoulder. If that's the case, I'll leave this severed world to you. The white-haired inheritor glared at him and pointed his finger at him angrily. The young man was so angry that he even used the divine language to greet the young man. However, the young man in cyan robe wasn't angry at all. He just crossed his arms and looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. We couldn't help but look at someone beside him. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang also looked at the young man. Yun Nuoshing was so shocked that he felt as if he was about to explode. Don't be like that. Jing Yun couldn't help but speak up for her brother. He's much more obedient than you. Based on your brother's actions, he would have rushed out to carry out his orders the moment that guy slammed the table. Yun Nuoshing, if it's not about you guys, then just listen. Why are you dragging me into this? The white-haired inheritor glared at the man in front of him. Once the expression on his face changed, he knew that there was nothing he could do to get the man back. He clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them. After a few seconds, he clenched them again. Then, with a loud roar, he slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. Siyu continued to exclaim, "The quality of that table is really good." Yun Nuoshing, phew. The white-haired inheritor let out a long sigh and slowly raised his right hand. Spatial energy surged for a moment, and a light flashed above his palm. A white light appeared, and then faded away. A fist-sized crystal that looked like a water droplet appeared above his palm. He placed it in the green-robed youth's hand. Take it, take it, take it. I'll give it to you, okay? You're such a bastard. Stinking bastard. The green-robed youth was stunned. What is this? The white-haired inheritor stared at him fiercely. The law crystal that Master left behind. The fragments might not be enough, but with this, the green-robed youth solemnly put the crystal away. He looked at his friend, who seemed to have become much more haggard. He sighed. If that's the case, I'll have to borrow your good fortune. The corner of the white-haired inheritor's mouth twitched slightly. His body, which was already weak, slumped down on the chair again. He did not say a word and let out a long sigh. Seeing this, the green-robed young man nodded. He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the hall with a slightly gloomy expression. He had won the fight, but he did not have the joy of winning an argument. In any case, this matter had not been pleasant from the beginning. Let's go there and have a look. Perhaps we won't have another chance in the future. The white-haired inheritor suddenly let out a long sigh. At least let them know. Ah, that's true. We should at least let Master and the venerable gods know before we set off. The green-robed youth smiled and nodded. He pushed the door open and disappeared behind it. The white-haired inheritor crossed his arms on the table. He tilted his head and looked at the dazzling beam of origin energy that shot into the sky. His already pale eyes darkened. He let out a deep sigh. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to become even more oppressive. Let's go. It's time for the next step. Yun Nuoshing suddenly turned around and led the group towards the door. She pulled everyone's thoughts back to the present. Let's follow that guy and see what's going on. Hui looked at the white-haired inheritor, who had almost lost his color. He could not help but ask, aren't we going to talk to him? The atmosphere is not good. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. If we rush up now, it will probably make him even more unpleasant. Instead of chatting here, why don't we go and verify some of our guesses? When he went out, he mentioned the origin god and the others. We might be able to figure it out ourselves. Hui replied in a daze. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Phew, I feel like I've heard a lot of strange information. But in the end, I don't seem to understand anything. After the green-robed young man left the conference hall, he glanced at the origin energy light pillar that soared into the sky, under the illumination of the resplendent light rays that broke through the dark green clouds. He let out a long sigh of relief. He straightened his robe and walked against the flow of people to the other end of Long Moon City. Compared to the people on the streets who were excited after seeing the origin energy light pillar, he seemed out of place, as if his world had already lost its color. Yun Nuoshing and the others followed him out of the meeting hall. It did not take them much effort to see the youth who was walking forward with his head down in the flow of people like a wandering ghost. They quickly followed, and then the youth was gone. Where is he? Hui and the others were stunned. They quickly went to the spot where the youth disappeared. They looked around blankly, but found nothing. They ruled out the possibility that they were discovered because they were still invisible. They had seen many things like disappearing right under their noses. But this kind of disappearing without any reaction was the first time they felt it. Yun Nuoshing's colorful eyes emitted some light. Her pupils slightly dilated a little as she let her sight gently focus on Long Moon City. She then turned her head abruptly and looked at the tallest statue of Long Moon City. Over there. With a snap of her fingers, a teleportation circle flashed in an instant. When the white light dissipated, a huge shadow appeared right in front of them. The huge statue of Origin had already appeared right in front of them. At this moment, the youth had just walked to the bottom of the statue. He looked up at the statue. His blank eyes did not see the admiration and nostalgia that Brother Lay and the others had when they looked at the statue. His expression was empty and complicated. He reached out and took out the blue shard just now and gently stroked the hem of the statue's robe. A blue teleportation portal suddenly appeared under the statue. He walked forward without looking at it. When the energy humming subsided, Yun Nuoshing and the others dispelled their invisibility and came to the bottom of the statue. They looked straight ahead and were lost in thought. Jingyun scratched her head hard. I really did not expect to come here after so many twists and turns. There is still a hidden space inside the Statue of Origin. Yun Nuoshing reached out and knocked on the statue a few times. Her eyes flashed. The flow of the origin energy has returned to normal. It seems that a method was used to adjust it just now. It changed the flow of the origin energy into something like a teleportation portal, as Yun Nuoshing said. She also took out the blue shard that she touched and gently poked the statue. Ding! The origin energy that was still stable just now was instantly pulled and gathered right in front of them. The blue energy light converged and turned into a 10 feet tall teleportation portal. Yun Nuoshing turned to them and said, "It's feasible. Come, let's go in and have a look." Hui looked up at the Statue of Origin and then looked at the teleportation portal. He could not help but gulp. Is this reliable? Yun Nuoshing, who was about to walk in, was startled when she heard that. Then she seemed to have understood something. While Hui was still in a daze, she pulled him in front of her and pushed him into the portal. Oh, right. Let the shield lead the way first. Jingyun and the two girls were speechless. Hui disappeared behind the teleportation portal with a look of grief and anger. You tricked me. You tricked me. Chapter 17:22. They plunged into the turquoise portal, but it did not feel like they were walking on flat ground and suddenly entering a tunnel. What they saw was a turquoise passageway that spiraled towards the front. Their bodies seemed to be floating in the air as a force rolled them towards the front of the passageway. After a while, a ray of white light rushed into their eyes and blocked their vision. Then, the feeling of floating in the air quietly disappeared. Their feet landed on the ground, and the white light in their vision slowly faded. What they saw was, well, anyway, it should be inside a building. There were walls in front of them, left and right. The walls were dark and airtight. When they looked up, they could not see the top. The four walls extended upwards along with the entire space, and then converged at the end. The scene behind them could not be seen. Phone! Huey's voice came from the front. Yun Nuoshing looked down and saw him running towards them from the distance of the unknown building. She flashed to their side and said to them, I have a rough look at the situation here. There is only one passageway. He went inside, but there is a layer of barrier blocking it. So far, I have not figured it out. Yun Nuoshing responded without thinking. A barrier cast by the origin energy? Hui nodded and looked serious. And it may be worse. Let's come over first. This place is quite big. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other. They did not know what he meant by worse. Anyway, let's go and have a look first. After walking for a while, they appeared in a place that looked like a hall. It should be round and extended upwards. It should be a large cylindrical space. As a whole, it should be built by some kind of rule creation. It had a metallic texture, and the color was dark. There were traces of time and erosion for a long time. There were no decorations left on the surface. There were some energy runes on the inside of the walls, each with their own functions. There was a lot of energy in this space. At this moment, it was still in a silent state and did not have any reaction because of their arrival. Other than that, well, there was not much. There were no magic circles and runes hidden in the space ready to shoot at their backs at any time. There was also nothing to guard against uninvited guests for the time being. This place is very peaceful. Feng Qinghuang held Yun Nuoxing's hand and whispered, "The life energy here is very peaceful. It's very steady. It's as if it would choose to be peaceful here." Jingyan looked around and scratched her head. At that time, we didn't seem to have such a style of building. At least, I didn't see it. However, there are some defensive runes carved inside the walls. They should be in a silent state and haven't sensed any danger, so they won't appear. Defense rune. Hui was stunned when he heard that, and his footsteps paused for a moment. To prevent outsiders from invading, what kind of danger will appear in this place? Can any force break into this place? It's hard to say. Maybe there's some hidden danger. What's the old saying again? Where there's order, there's chaos. Although this saying is quite old, Yun Nuoxing heard that and looked away. That should be referring to the time of the Chaos era. Now that the Chaos Void and the Order Void are separated, it's not so extreme, but that's what it means. Everyone had a deep feeling. Those inhuman and ghostly things were good at suddenly appearing and disappearing. Every time, not only would they scare them, but they would also make them busy with a ferocious look on their faces. They wished they could press them into the void and crush them 10,000 times. But the truth was that they were forced to fight in the void. Even in the void of order, there was no guarantee that the power of chaos would not seep into this place. It was really a headache. Hui led everyone into the passage in front. Even the passage was very wide, about 3,000 to 4,000 feet high, and several miles wide. Compared to the space that looked like a hall, the color of the passage was brighter, and there seemed to be more chaotic energy hidden behind the walls. At first glance, they knew that it was not in a state of silence, but it did not look like it was going to be shot to death in the void as soon as they came in. Well, you will know later. Hui saw the doubts in everyone's eyes. He just scratched his head and laughed dryly and quickened his pace. Yun Nuoxing and the others quickly understood the meaning of this sentence. After walking forward for 2 or 3 minutes, dozens of huge cracks suddenly appeared on the walls on both sides of the huge passage. Huge cracks with tearing marks appeared, as if the corners of the walls were forcibly torn off by some violent force. Around the cracks were jagged ports, like some withered and twisted tree trunks that were buried underground by some strange force. They occupied 2/3 of the area of this passage, and even the ground had holes that were blasted by something. It looked ferocious. The place behind those cracks was the land of nothingness. In other words, the entire space was set up in nothingness. The chaotic energy that could not be calmed down was connected to nothingness on one hand, and the other hand was pointing to the inside of the tunnel. It gave them the feeling that ready to be exiled into the void at any time and anywhere to be annihilated. Yun Nuoxing walked to the side of the wall and reached out to touch it lightly. The origin energy surged into the wall and came into contact with the energy runes that emitted chaotic energy. Her colorful eyes trembled slightly. At the same time, they were worried that the power of the void was not enough, so they left many powerful energy runes here to add to a higher level of destructive power. They target the space itself, and there are all kinds of destructive power. This explanation made the 4 of them fall silent. This obvious arrangement, it was obvious that this was a cage. A cage that traps some kind of violent beast. It may still be in a state of supervision and is still behaving. When it becomes restless, then we will directly sink this place into the void and blow it up. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. Yun Nuoxing nodded. That's what it means. They all turned their eyes to the interior of the tunnel and could not help but gulp. This dangerous aura. If there was a beast hiding inside, It would not be an ordinary beast. It might be some kind of Tyrannosaurus that was related to the origin of the world, or something that was on the same level. If they walked in, could it be that the brutal destruction on the wall was caused by that unknown monster? Hui, Jingyun, and the others all looked at Yun Nuoshing. He was about to walk back, but he was stunned. He smiled bitterly and walked to the side of the wall again, but this time he walked to the front of one of the huge wounds. He then squatted down and reached out to touch the broken part. Several small energy circles appeared around him. His eyes flashed, and colorful light kept emerging from his body. Well, actually, it's okay. After a long time, Yun Nuoshing stood up, withdrew the light on his body, and walked back. He was still thinking as he walked, but when he said this, Hui and the others were relieved. It's the same as the upper level of the Yuanshi, the four of them. What kind of relief was this? They had almost swallowed their breaths. Upper level of the Yuanshi? Hui shivered violently. He stared at the expressionless phone with a face full of sweat. How can you be so calm in the face of these four words? Yun Nuoshing coughed softly, waved his finger, and said, as everyone knows, the upper level of the Yuanshi is equal to 100 billion years. The four of them, again. Good Lord, this is to the extent of causing a small void turbulence. As long as he doesn't care about his life enough, no one can kill him in front of him, right? A slightly terrifying aura came from his soul, which made Yun Nuoshing's face twitch. He coughed softly and immediately changed his tone. Ahem, actually, it's because of the defensive measures in these places. I'm referring to the energy runes and the like hidden inside the walls. Those are also used to deal with the seal of the upper level of the Yuanshi. So don't worry. This cage itself can still hold on. At that time, we just have to take the opportunity to add fuel to the fire and be the last straw. We can easily press him into the void. Phew, this time they really heaved a sigh of relief. In the case of the existence of a weapon of equal power, they were not particularly afraid. They were afraid that this silly boy in front of them would really rush in regardless of the consequences. And then there would be another 100 billion years of channeling time, or maybe even longer, after passing through this scar. And moving forward, there was no place in the passage that was intact. The left and right walls and the ground were all damaged to different degrees. The two furthest cracks were less than 10 feet apart, enough to show the inhumane destruction that had happened in this passage. They wondered what kind of apocalyptic ferocious beast was imprisoned in this cage. A higher level of the Yuanshi at the bottom. That's really exciting. Well, it's just in front, at the exit of the passage. We reached out and pointed to the front of the passage. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked over a large pile of broken fragments into the distance. They easily saw that the walls on both sides suddenly closed, and a door appeared, a broken door. That's right, there should have been a door at the front of the passage, but now there was only 1/5 of the door, and it was the bottom part. As for the bottom 1/5, and above, it had been replaced by a huge pit, and a part of the walls on both sides had been dug out. This door has been blown away. Jingyun smiled bitterly, standing in front of the 1/5 of the door. She looked back at the passage behind, sweating profusely. What kind of treatment had this place suffered? It was simply terrible. Yun Nuoshing reached out and pressed the metal door. Before his palm could touch the door, a layer of soap bubble like barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his palm. He only hesitated for a moment before pressing his palm on the layer of soap bubble, and then his expression changed. This thing, how is it? We also tried to poke the barrier twice. The soap bubble-like barrier flashed with rainbow light, and complex energy flowed in the barrier. He wanted to analyze it carefully and let his soul force go in, but only a lot of useless feedback came back. It made his head swell. I saw that he did nothing and just went in. It's not working when it comes to me. Anyway, it's not working. Oh, it's just a simple energy identification mechanism. Our aura is not in it, so naturally it can't be opened. Even if we have the same origin energy, because the user is different, the specific aura is different, so it can't be used to confuse others. Yun Nuashing poked the soap bubble a few times, and the barrier immediately moved a few times like jelly. It looked so soft that it could be broken with a poke, but this thing's defensive power was also at an exaggerated level. This is a barrier created from the power of origin that is a mixture of order and laws. As for its level, it's naturally of the highest level. It's not at the level that the heavenly gods of origin personally created. However, in a world of order, this barrier can be recycled for several hundred eras without aging due to the passage of time. It's not a problem for this barrier to be completely unharmed, even if it's not at the center of the barrier. This is something that even the creation barrier of the gods can't achieve when it's on its own. After listening to what Maple said, Huey's face looked like it was about to explode. He pinched his face in distress and said, "Then this is going to be difficult. A barrier of this level is really not that easy to deal with." Jing Yun, who was deep in thought, couldn't help but reach out her hand and knock on the barrier. After that, she showed a look of realization and said, "Oh, so it's this kind of barrier. In fact, it's also a more popular law and order-type defensive barrier that was passed down to the world by the Divine Church of Origin. Although there is a big gap between it and the original, even the weakened version is strong enough. Back then, when the void of chaos attacked the void of order, this barrier played a big role. Although it's not the strongest defense in the void of order, it's the most widespread and powerful special type of defense that is very difficult to deal with in the void of order. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a specially made and strengthened version." "Sounds like it's going to be even more difficult." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He reached out and patted Maple's shoulder and said, "When it comes to the origin energy, is there any way to, go through the back door or something? For example, use some special method to break it open?" Yun Nuashing scratched her head with a troubled look on her face and said, "Actually, there is, but the success rate is pending. Let's not talk about the success rate. I'm just afraid that if we break this barrier, it will attract the attention of the people and unknown things inside." "That's easy." Hui waved his hand and swiftly took out the guardian shield and placed it in front of him. He raised his chin at Maple and said, "Just break it. I will block it for you. Since this cage is still normal, there shouldn't be a big problem." "Why didn't I see you being so enlightened before?" Yun Nuashing looked at Hui in a daze. The latter laughed dryly and scratched his head. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and took 2 steps back. She reached out with her right hand, and the Netherworld Ruin sword appeared in her hand. Then, along with the golden and gray light of energy, a thin layer of light suddenly condensed on her body and flowed through her body to the Netherworld Ruin sword. The Netherworld Ruin sword even lit up with some purplish-black energy runes. It seemed to be emitting an energy aura that they had never felt before. It's the movement of the Netherworld Ruin sword's own power being activated. Jing Yun Nuashing saw the purplish-black runes and understood immediately. It seems that the power of the first light has forcibly activated the Netherworld Ruin sword's power. There should be a way. The purplish-black and golden light of the Netherworld Ruin sword, which seemed to have turned into a sharp blade of light, pressed against the layer of soap bubbles. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and widened her eyes. She didn't use all her strength to break the barrier in front of her. Instead, she gathered her strength on the sword bit by bit and continued to increase the strength of the Netherworld Ruin Sword. She pressed down on the barrier and squeezed some distance into the soap bubbles. The Netherworld Ruin Sword was surrounded from all directions. It looked like the sword had sunk into a sponge. See, you couldn't help but say, it feels like it's going to rebound at any time. Yun Nuoxing's sword-wielding hands trembled. Hui smiled bitterly and gave Feng Qinghuang a look. Feng Qinghuang understood and quickly dragged Siyu aside to teach him a lesson. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Siyu being taught a lesson by Feng Qinghuang. He composed himself and continued to press down on the barrier. When he felt that he had reached the limit, he immediately gave Hui a look. The latter reacted instantly and raised the guardian barrier. "Come on, I'm ready." Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, and the power of the origin began to surge. But ding! There was a crisp sound like a wind chime. The soap bubbles in front of them suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. He hurriedly put away the Netherworld Ruin Sword and the power he was gathering to avoid opening a hole in the door. He looked in front of him in confusion. "No, I'm still stacking my power. Why did it suddenly?" Jingyun walked forward and looked at the 1/5 of the door. She looked at the young man and suddenly realized, it's the origin key. It should be able to open the door with the power of the origin key. Yun Nuoxing, we put away the guardian barrier and looked at him. He then looked at the door in front of him and couldn't help but tease, "You have the key, but you don't want to open the door. Instead, you want to use your face to break the door. Now your face is dark, right?" Yun Nuoxing, his face turned even darker when he heard Huey's words. After restraining his energy in an extremely awkward state, Yun Nuoxing knocked on Huey's head without batting an eyelid. Yun Nuoxing quickly flipped over the door that had turned into a wall and walked towards the space behind. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw him walking to ease the awkwardness. After passing through the door, they thought that they would see another main space. They didn't expect to see only a hall. It was similar to the hall they had just arrived at, but it was dimmer. There was a faint light coming from nowhere that illuminated the hall, but it looked gloomy. "It's safe. There's no energy reaction. There's no sign of life." Yun Nuoxing responded to everyone and continued to walk forward. He took 2 steps and looked around. Then he suddenly said, "I take back what I just said. There's still a lot of dangerous energy hidden here, but they're all in a state of silence. It's still okay." Hui trembled when he heard that. He quickly looked at the surrounding walls. It was fine if he didn't turn around, but when he turned around, he was stunned. He stared at Yun Nuoxing and pointed at the surrounding walls. He lowered his voice and roared at Yun Nuoxing. "You call the power of 20 giant magic arrays on all sides still okay? It's in a state of silence. It's not a big problem." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and didn't think there was any problem. He even ignored Huey's shocked face and continued to walk towards the passage deep in the hall. As he said, the energy was in a state of silence. It was placed here very quietly. At present, it was just an ornament. The 2 girls were used to being calm when they followed Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing was about the same. He knew that these things were not used to deal with them, so he was also very calm. So, Hui was the only one who stared at the 20 giant magic arrays. There were at least 2 to 3 million magic arrays. He was sweating profusely and was walking like a cat. The road behind them was tangled and complicated. They encountered several forks. Yes, they were just forks because those forks were blocked by some things. Some things looked like trash that was removed from the walls to block those forks. Siyu couldn't help but poke her head out of the pile of debris curiously. After squeezing for a long time, She could barely see the situation behind the pile of debris. A dark and deep corridor seemed to lead to the void or nothingness. There was also some kind of powerful seal. The little girl was stunned when she saw it. She quickly ran back to Yun Nuoxing's side and didn't dare to wander around. Well, forget it. I feel that it's better not to delve into it. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand to dispel Siyu's thoughts. However, he began to think the tangled and complicated road should lead to some other places, such as other halls or other important places. This huge building that looked like a series of connected cylinders, he always felt that it was either necessary or the person who built this kind of building had nothing better to do. Jingyun kept thinking about it as he went deeper. This type of building seemed to have existed in his memory. He had been in a frowning posture with his hands crossed in front of his chest for half an hour. This looks like a relic. We finally couldn't help but break the silence here. His face was gloomy and depressed. I gradually have a bad feeling. Relic? Yun Nuoxing repeated in a whisper. She looked around and frowned. If it was a relic, it did have the aura of a long-time accumulation. But this was nonsense. This was something left behind from that era. Looking at it now, after more than 10 eras, wasn't it just a relic? No, I'm not talking about this. Hui waved his hand hard to deny this statement. I'm saying that it looks like a relic. It's not because it has existed for a long time that I think it's a relic. I mean, I can't think of anything to say at the moment. Hui frowned hard and didn't know what to say. Yun Nuoxing was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the tacit understanding of many eras of familiarity was useless. Feng Qinghuang seemed to understand. The relic is old and abandoned, and it feels like it has been destroyed. It seems like it. Hui suddenly hit his palm and said, also, since it's a relic, there must be something hidden in it, and it must be something bad. The person who was imprisoned here may be just, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched, the tomb keeper? You can say that. Anyway, at first, it was just an unknown place that was treated as a prison. Now, Hui had turned it into a gloomy relic with a few words. Yun Nuoxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was about the mythological era, about the relic of origin. Why did he suddenly want to turn around and leave? Chapter 1723. Ruins and prison. Originally, there was no need to worry about what this place was. However, a certain person had mentioned it, and it was from a blessed mouth. Then something bad might happen in the future. But for the time being, putting aside the question of what this place was, in short, there must be something bad in the depths of this place. It might occasionally break free from its restraints, and occasionally become irritable. When irritable, it might treat this place as a martial arts hall on the spot. There were traces of destruction left behind by it everywhere. Just looking at it made one's heart palpitate. It's locked. We can't open it. In front of the road was an energy rune with an energy barrier erected in front of them. It completely sealed the entire passage. The defensive energy of the energy barrier was a little shocking. It should not be able to be blasted open with ordinary methods. However, they did not have such thoughts for the time being. After all, this was a forked road, and every forked road here seemed to have an energy seal. Almost all the forked roads were blocked with additional debris piles, except for this one. So they came over to take a look out of curiosity. Yun Nuoxing put her palm on the energy barrier and quietly tested it a few times. She turned back and shook her head at Hui and the others. To open this energy barrier, source energy alone won't work. You have to have enough destructive power. Well, in short, I don't recommend doing anything here. Hui scratched his head. Okay then. Along the way, they saw many forks in the road. With Siyu's careful probing, They also probed the forks in the road a few times out of curiosity. However, they didn't find anything. Every road was completely sealed, and the debris piled up at the entrance was just, icing on the cake. It felt superfluous. Well, it should be superfluous. Maybe it was to prevent people from sneaking in, but how could anyone come to this place? Forget it. Let's not think about this problem. God knows what the designer of this place was thinking. It feels so oppressive. After going deeper for about 10 minutes, we could not help but mutter. He turned his head to look at Maple, who was leading the way seriously. He whispered, "Maple, tell a joke." "Are you looking for the wrong person to hear a joke?" Yun Nuashing tilted her head and glanced at him helplessly. She sighed and said, "Bear with it a little longer. We should be there in a while. The place where the energy converges is in front of us. We might reach the end soon." "Are you sure it's not another hall filled with arrays? Or other places filled with energy runes that are overflowing with energy?" Huey's cheeks twitched, and he murmured with lingering fear. They had passed through several halls, and all they saw was that kind of exaggerated level of defensive power. Every time they saw it, the degree of their heart palpitations increased. It was really very frightening just by looking at it. God knew what was hidden in the depths of this place that required this kind of world-destroying defensive power. They estimated that this kind of power was estimated to be able to suppress a half-dead chaotic conceptual body. When Yun Nuashing heard this, her footsteps faltered, and her face trembled. "Probably not, but it's hard to say. If it's really as you said, and the energy gathering places ahead are those things, then there might be a little trouble ahead." "Don't tell me we're going to fight." We trembled violently. Yun Nuashing frowned and showed a suspicious smile. Huey's face stiffened again. He could not help but swallow his saliva. "What the hell is this place?" "The soul-suppressing ring. The temple of order." The voice came from Jingyun, who had been frowning and thinking along the way, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to involuntarily turn their gazes to the former. He also turned his head to look at them, nodding lightly. "I just remembered, this is a very special place created by laws. It's a pity that this is not a ruin, and under normal circumstances, it's not a prison either. It's just that at this moment, for some reason, it's temporarily transformed into what we see, causing us to mistakenly think that this is a prison for something." We heard this, and was silent for a while before saying, "So what was it originally used for?" "Yes, if you want to say it, you can think of this place as a cemetery where souls are buried." Jingyan narrowed his eyes and said, "In the deepest part of this huge building, if nothing unexpected happens, there should be a lot of souls. After all, in our era, the soul-suppressing ring, as the name suggests, is used to guard souls. If there are no unexpected changes after so many years, then it should be like this." "Guard souls?" We frowned and suddenly looked at Maple. "Maple's Temple of Souls?" No. The Temple of Souls is used to revive the fallen warriors of order, and the soul-suppressing ring is used to preserve and store souls. It is also used to guard. Jingyan looked at them with a very serious gaze. After a few seconds of silence, he said solemnly, "Store the souls of order that have been infected by the power of chaos. Use the soul-suppressing ring to purify them." Hui. Huff, huff, huff. Yun Nuashing immediately stumbled and stood still with a dark face. It's here. Things are starting to get out of control and develop in a direction that is beyond our expectations. Don't tell me that there are a bunch of souls that have been infected by the aura of chaos hiding in there. Don't tell me that they are all souls of Yuanshi realm. The power of order that has been infected by the aura of chaos will be multiplied exponentially. Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry when the two of them looked at her solemnly. He waved his hand and said, theoretically speaking, that is its purpose. However, putting aside the power of chaos, the soul-suppressing ring can also be used to store souls. Furthermore, since this place was created by the god of origin, the power of chaos should not be able to take advantage of the situation to invade. And look, didn't the air just keep walking inside? And there is no movement at all. There should not be anything unexpected. Hui tilted his head. But what if? Everyone. Okay, even the number 1 prophecy emperor has spoken. Something is definitely going to happen inside. Yun Nuoshing heard and sighed helplessly. He waved his hand and continued to walk forward. Anyway, let's keep moving forward. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. It's just the souls of Yuanshe realm combined with the power of chaos. As long as there are not thousands of them coming at us, we can escape with our lives. We could not help but say, then what if? You better shut up. Jing Yin saw Hui Jun shrunk his neck and could not help but smile bitterly. He walked a few steps to the young man and said, also, the soul-suppressing ring should also have some things, some information left behind. Well, although it may not sound nice, if there is a soul in the soul-suppressing ring that can't withstand the power of chaos and collapses, the information that the soul carried when it was alive will be condensed into a soul crystal inside the soul-suppressing ring. Everything about their past will be stored inside the soul-suppressing ring. This is used to deal with situations where there is some information that cannot be transmitted in time. As he spoke, he sighed with his hands behind his back. The war between chaos and order, right? If things go wrong, we might not be able to come back this time. If, at the last moment, for some reason, we know something incredible, although it is imprinted in the soul, there is no way to transmit it out. Few, maybe a sentence or two, can decide the direction of the war. That's why the soul-suppressing ring has this function. Also, maybe there are unspoken last words. On that kind of battlefield, there is no way to say last words. That's a common thing. Hui heard that and looked up with a complicated expression. This damn war between order and order. Yin Nuoshing also had various guesses in his mind. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The soul-suppressing ring, the temple of souls, the temple of origins, the void frontline, the void blockade. There were many more. These were all things that were born in the war between order and chaos. They were crazy and twisted things that would be difficult to mention in peacetime. How should he put it? It felt a little funny. He did not know why he had this thought. It just suddenly popped up in his mind. He did not know if he was laughing at the world of order, laughing at himself, or lamenting about this war. However, he just thought about it for a moment and threw it away. It was unnecessary to think about it. It was better to throw it out of his mind as soon as possible. There was no need to keep it. After passing through the same broken passage, they came to the next door. Using the same method to open the energy barrier of the door, Yun Nuoshing pushed the door open and walked into the next hall. Hui walked last. Just as he closed the door, his ears suddenly trembled as if he had caught some strange sound. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand fiercely. The sound of energy vibrating. Hui, get ready to defend. Hui had already activated the Guardian's barrier the moment he heard the word energy. He carried the Guardian's shield and looked around vigilantly. He did not stop talking. I can't be right? That's hard to say. After all, your mouth is blessed. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. Buzz, a long buzzing sound of energy suddenly sounded in the entire hall. At first, it was only a very soft sound, but gradually it rose to the point where the entire hall could hear it clearly within a dozen seconds. Yun Nuoshing, who was extremely sensitive to energy, could tell that this was the sound of energy gathering. And the source of this, Yin Nuoshing raised his head and looked straight up. His pupils shrank slightly. There was a magic circle that covered the entire hall. It was indeed a magic circle, and its structure was exactly the same as the magic circle in the realm of the gods. However, perhaps it was because it was using the power of the gods. There were many parts that he could not understand. The buzzing sound of energy was coming from it. He also saw the center of the magic circle flashing with energy. That was a sign that it had finished charging. Then, the light began to flow to the edge of the magic circle. The whole magic circle was like a heavy millstone that was tens of thousands of feet wide. It began to slowly rotate, and the sound of air being compressed and crushed could be heard. That was a sign that it was about to launch an attack. Huff, huff, huff. We screamed in pain. The origin energy was already pressing down on them. Yun Nuoshing clenched his fist, and the origin energy surged out of his body and condensed into an energy barrier that enveloped all of them. Then he quickly brought the group of people and rushed toward the end of the hall. Buzz! At that moment, the magic circle that covered the entire hall suddenly burst with an extremely dazzling light. A beam of energy that seemed to have been condensed and compressed suddenly fell from the magic circle. The energy beam that was so condensed that it was almost crystallized fell in front of the door at the end of the hall. Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened, and he quickly decelerated. The group of people instantly froze in midair. They were less than 10 feet away from the condensed energy beam. When they felt the violent energy in the light beam up close, the group of people gulped. This, sealing the path before the battle, this is too wretched. Hui wiped his sweat and looked back at the place where they came from. And even the path of retreat has been sealed. While he was murmuring, Yun Nuoshing felt waves of energy sweep through the hall. That wave of energy seemed to be some kind of probing energy. When it swept through Hui, Jingyun, Siyu, and Feng Qinghuang, it didn't do anything. However, when it touched Yun Nuoshing and the origin energy, that wave of energy almost instantly became a little violent. Then, a beam of light without any attacking power descended from the formation and covered Yun Nuoshing. They were all confused. Intruder eliminated. That hollow and strange voice came from the top of the hall, and they all widened their eyes. This voice was the same one they heard on the first day when they came to the Holy Advent land. They didn't expect to hear it again here. Not long after he finished speaking, countless energy reactions suddenly erupted in the hall. Arrays appeared on the walls like ripples in water, and as soon as they appeared, they were overflowing with energy. The dazzling light of energy and the mighty source energy caused the group to be dumbfounded. Boom! In a flash, tens of thousands of magic circles were activated at the same time. The destructive energy roared in the entire hall. It was as if there was a condensed cloud inside, creating a sun. Countless energy waves rolled in the hall. Suddenly, hundreds of thin energy beams whizzed out of the cloud of energy, stirring up a big hole in the smoke. The thin energy beams were blue long needles. They flew across the space and took root in the magic circles on the wall. Like a blue rain, they poked into the magic circles in all directions. The magic circles that were rotating suddenly stopped with a click sound, as if gears were stuck. Even the vast energy stopped. The dazzling energy smoke was blown away by a gust of wind, revealing the inside. Hui was still holding his shield to defend with his eyes wide open. His face was pale. The layer of guardian barrier in front of him was full of fragments and was falling bit by bit. It collapsed not long after he came out of the smoke. Scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to die. Hui shuddered and could not help but laugh bitterly. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and waved his palm again. The magic circle floating beside him threw a weak disintegration of order towards the huge magic circle in the sky. Hundreds of blue-silver needles poked into the golden magic circle. After a while, the entire huge millstone stopped with a heavy roar. The two energy-light pillars that blocked the path of retreat and the path of advance also disappeared. "Did you kill them?" We looked around and asked. "No, I just forced them to stop." Yun Nuoxing shook her head and turned to look at the hall door behind her. "After all, I don't know what's sealed inside. It's better to preserve these defensive powers. Fortunately, these magic circles have been here for a long time. They don't have much defensive power against themselves. It's easy to force them to stop." He frowned as he said. They had obviously locked onto the origin energy on him and suddenly reacted. That's strange. This place should be controlled by origin energy. Why would it react so strongly to your origin energy? Jing Nuoxing frowned as she pinched her chin and said what was on her mind. Could it be that there's something wrong with the core control of the soul subduing ring? Only God knows. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and walked towards the hall door. "Anyway, let's continue." "Well, let's keep going, and we'll know." Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the two doors open. Just as she led the others inside, they were all stunned. There was still a passage behind the door. It was as spacious and tall as usual. The passage was also damaged. That was not a problem. The problem was, at this moment, there were many energy figures standing in the passage. Those luxurious armors, those seemingly powerful spears, swords, and shields, and the matching magic circles around them. The passage was overflowing with origin energy. Yun Nuoxing and the others were stunned. "Intruders! Excluded! Fire with all your might!" The roar came from inside the passage. In less than half a second, the tens of thousands of energy figures that filled the passage raised the spears in their hands. The magic circles pointed at Yun Nuoxing and the others at the end of the passage. In an instant, a vast amount of energy surged out from the magic circles and weapons, turning into a dazzling energy torrent that rushed forward. Hui Gang exclaimed and subconsciously raised an energy barrier. In an instant, a vast amount of energy that emitted a scorching and dazzling light arrived unexpectedly, drowning them all in the torrent of energy. The torrent of energy crashed into the walls of the passage and quickly changed directions like a beam of light reflected by a mirror, surging towards the place where the torrent of energy had exploded. The invisible energy attacks were restrained by an invisible force, gathering all of them in the direction of the entrance. The energy figures that looked like soldiers did not intend to stop after that attack. They were still desperately unleashing energy attacks in front of them. Balls of energy whizzed forward like small suns, fiercely smashing into the violent energy ball, causing the violent energy reaction to intensify by dozens of times. Netherworld firmament slash. A gorgeous sword ray died, with red and black energy cut through the seal of the night like a spear, scattering all the energy that had gathered. It surged out like a tsunami, and the energy that was still surging forward was all swallowed up by this mighty energy sword ray, annihilating it in an instant. The vast destructive energy created a destructive energy shockwave in the passage. Just as it was about to reach the group of energy soldiers, an energy barrier that came out of nowhere suddenly appeared, colliding with the tsunami-like energy sword ray. The violent, destructive energy swept out, causing the originally spacious passage to become much narrower. The energy at the door was suddenly compressed with the arrival of a will and sent into the void to be completely annihilated. Yun Nuoxing took a few steps forward, and layers of energy formations appeared around her body. Then she was stunned, and her face was full of distress. "I can't use it in this place. Forget it." With a soft shout, the hundreds of formations flickered with a dazzling light like a nebula eruption. The passage immediately darkened due to the overly resplendent burst of energy. The mighty energy impact brought along a furious roar that tore the laws and order to pieces as it crashed into the energy barrier that had suddenly appeared, entangling with it. What the hell is that thing? Hui pressed his trembling hands to defend against the energy shockwave and hurriedly shouted at Jing Yun. That's some defective products created by the rules of order. It's made by imitating the chaos soldiers created by the concept bodies of chaos, but they're all defective products. There's no way to replicate them at all, and there's no way for them to be of much use on the battlefield. They can only be used as simple guards in some buildings. Jing Yun's voice sounded in the soul transmission. They can command and attack, but they're very slow, and they can be easily controlled. As long as the barrier is broken, you can use a little bit of your soul to suppress them all or kill the individual that acts as the center. Break it, don't rush me, Yun Nuoshing responded, waving her hand and snapping her fingers. Pieces of shrunken formations spiraled and superimposed on the few formations that were roaring like wild dragons. Suddenly, the energy shockwave was raised by several levels in an instant. The roaring origin energy almost condensed into an energy storm that could tear the world apart. Hui looked at the barrier that did not crack after withstanding Maple's bombardment for a few minutes and could not help but widen his eyes. You're telling me that this thing is defective and useless? Why do I feel that if this thing is brought out, they can fight back and forth with the abyssal death Miss Spawn? Jing Yun looked at it for a moment and was also stunned. After a moment, she clapped her hands and said, "Hey, isn't that the standard of battle in our time? It's indeed useless in our time. You have to think about it from another perspective. Let's say there's 1 million high-level primeval charging around and bombarding the void. What's the use of sending a bunch of hotheads? Other chaos soldiers are different. They're almost like a group of high-level primeval charging around, and they're flexible in battle." Hui smiled bitterly. That's true. There's no other way in your time, but I think it should be useful now. Do you have the manufacturing method? Yes, it's incomplete. Jing Yun just responded excitedly, and then smiled bitterly. The chaos-tied mask. Sigh, it's already incomplete. Now it's really useless if it's even more incomplete. Hui knocked on his head, and then suddenly shouted at Maple, who was floating in the air, "Maple, catch 2 of them in good condition. Don't kill them all." Yun Nuoshing heard that, and the veins on her forehead bulged. She had not even broken the shield, and they were already thinking about catching her alive. Chapter 17:24. In the narrow passageway, the mighty origin energy blasted back and forth. If the energy blasts were seen as a sign of territory, then they were now circling around the barrier, fighting for control of it. Energy blasted out as if it was free. To the Hope Energy Guards, guarding the soul suppressing ring, it did not cost them much energy. As long as the energy of the large structure was not exhausted, they could attack endlessly. In fact, he was in a similar situation. He had a lot of energy, but this place was too narrow. There were many attacks that he could not use. He could only use this kind of conventional energy blast to fight with the other side. Well, it was not that he could not use it. He was afraid that if he used it, the entire soul-suppressing ring would explode from the middle. Who knew if the green-robed youth who had walked into the depths of the soul-suppressing ring would hear the noise and turn around? Even so, the commotion here was big enough. So far, no one had noticed it. Either the soul-suppressing ring was too big and had a good soundproofing effect, or that guy was selectively deaf. Well, it was not good to be distracted at this time, but he was trying to think of a solution. Those 2 guys were really making things difficult for him. The shield had not even cracked, and the 2 had already started to ask him to capture 1 or 2 samples alive. To be honest, it might be a little difficult. At this moment, the collision of energy on the shield had accumulated to a very large degree. Whichever side had the absolute upper hand, the energy would instantly pour to the other side. With such a huge amount of energy smashing down, it was a question of how many of the energy guards would be left alive. Idiot! Quickly focus! The little angel's voice suddenly sounded anxiously in his soul, causing him to be startled. His expression, which was changing like the wind and clouds, paused at the level of constipation and diarrhea. He quickly turned his gaze and looked past the layer of dazzling energy spots behind him. The group of energy guards were suddenly covered in shining armor. They were originally luminous energy bodies, so when the brightness was a little higher, he could only see a group of glowing armor floating around in front of him. Now that the armor had increased in brightness, it was as if it had merged with the body of the guards, making them exceptionally bright. They all raised the spears, swords, or spears in their hands, and suddenly opened their mouths and shouted loudly. Their voices, which could not be heard clearly, seemed to be shouting with pure syllables, reverberated throughout the entire passage. In the space that was destroyed by the vibrating sound waves, there seemed to be energy surging and gathering crazily, causing the space there to collapse and distort in an instant. Yun Nuoshing had just glanced at the distorted and collapsed place when an extremely dazzling flash of light suddenly burst out from the hole. Vast and mighty energy surged like a long spear, pointing straight at the space between his eyebrows, causing him to be startled. At that critical moment, he subconsciously used the origin energy to build an energy barrier, and the array formation gathered. Boom! The platinum energy impact spread out in the shape of a huge fan and burst forward. Under the impact of the destructive energy shock, the opposing energy surging on the layer of energy barrier was suddenly dispersed. It swept over with a momentum that caught Yun Nuoshing and the others off guard. In the blink of an eye, it stuck to his face and collided with the defensive barrier he had built. Several violent energy explosions sounded. It seemed like the crisp sound of the magic circle, and the energy barrier being destroyed was mixed with the roar of energy. A figure suddenly flew out from the place where the platinum light shone and instantly crashed into the wall behind him. The four of them quickly turned around in shock. Foam! Hui was stunned for half a second and quickly screamed. He threw out the guardian shield and created a guardian barrier in front of him. When he was about to go over to see what was going on, Si Yu and Feng Qinghuang had already flown over. They waved their hands to disperse the smoke and saw Yun Nuoshing embedded in the wall. His pretty face was filled with confusion and confusion. Hui Jingyun was one step too late. She quickly pulled the little brother out of the wall and said, "Why are you the one who flew out?" Yun Nuoshing grimaced and rubbed his old waist. "Isn't it because you guys said you want to capture him alive? I was thinking about how to clear some of the obstacles in front without alarming the people inside, instead of killing them all. I was thinking about it and got distracted." When he was pulled out of the wall, the group of energy guards on the opposite side suddenly made a new move. The group of energy guards didn't restrain the light and energy surging from their armor. They fiercely stomped the weapons in their hands on the ground. The vibrating energy reverberated and caused the entire tunnel to vibrate along with the rhythm of the sound wave. Layers of ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Magic circles with abundant energy emerged from the space and spiraled in a direction, aiming at Yun Nuoshing and the others who were at the end of the tunnel. Seems like this isn't the time to discuss whether or not we can capture him alive. The mighty energy coming from all directions made Huey's expression change a few times in just a few seconds. He quickly split the two guardian shields into four and stacked layers of barriers in front of him. He then turned around and shouted at Foam, "Foam, let's get rid of some of them first." okay? That's what I was thinking. The reply was a muffled shout. The colorful voice suddenly rushed out of the range of his barrier. Hui was startled. He quickly turned around and saw Feng with the original aura on him. Dozens of types of energy surged in front of him to form magic circles. The extremely exaggerated energy was enough to annihilate the void when it manifested, suppressing the aura of tens of thousands of energy guards on the opposite side. This energy wave, this aura, this way of attack. Huey's face twitched. He could not help but say, "Although I asked you to get rid of some of them, I didn't expect you to—" Bang! There was no time to accumulate energy. The moment the magic circles overlapped, the attack was already formed. In an instant, the colorful energy torrent was like a flaming meteor that flashed across the extremely dark night sky. It swallowed the light of the entire passage and rushed forward. With the power to disintegrate and devour order, it savagely crashed into the layer of barrier that was made up of most of the origin energy. The barrier did not even have time to gather more energy before it flashed violently and shattered with a loud bang. The group of energy guards raised their weapons at the critical moment of the attack. And then a wave of destructive energy blasted the tens of thousands of energy guards into light and energy particles that filled the sky. They melted into the torrent and disappeared. The entire passage quieted down. A huge amount of energy was poured into the void. Yun Nuoshing turned and waved at the others. "Come, let's go and have a look. I've held back my power appropriately. There should be a few who can hold on for a few seconds in the energy of order annihilation. If we hurry up, we should be able to save them." Hui and the others were speechless. Really, the moment he opened his mouth, he was already talking about saving them. Even he himself knew that he could not break the barrier and hold back at the same time. So why not just beat them half to death before saving them? There was a lot of aura of disintegration left in the area hit by order annihilation. All known rules and order were disintegrated. If this attack was directly aimed at the void environment or the concept layer of rules, the entire place would probably not be good. At this moment, there were already many energy anomalies appearing in the area. Furthermore, walking in such a place was like walking on a mountain of jagged rocks. Every 2 steps, one would have to crawl and tremble. Just holding up the order barrier might not be able to protect oneself. This is the first time I've walked into the destructive area of order annihilation. I didn't expect to see such a reaction. Hui quickly rushed into the destroyed area. The violent energy coming at him gave him a shock. Even if it was just the remnant energy when it hit his barrier, it flashed and shook. It was an attack that was specially designed to destroy order and rules. It had an extremely tyrannical and unreasonable destructive power against all barriers. Yun Nuoshing led the 2 girls and walked forward quickly. After a while, they found a few energy guards whose armor was broken, and only their energy bodies were left on the ground that seemed to have been burned once. They hurried over. Just as Siyu was about to touch the first one, the energy guard dissipated into light and energy particles just as she squatted down. She was stunned. We didn't make it in time." "No problem. We made it in time." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand to greet everyone. He grabbed the last remaining energy guard and froze it in a piece of origin energy crystal. He used the origin energy to protect it, and at the same time deal with the abnormal damage caused by the destruction of order. Jingyun quickly went forward and touched the energy crystal. A surge of energy surged into it. After a while, she was delighted. "Brother, this is the commander." "Huh, you've caught the most important one." "What?" Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked. "The commander. Is it very special?" "Of course, compared to an entire squad of guards. An individual commander is more important, especially in a situation like this. Jing Yun laughed so hard that his eyebrows were twitching. While poking the energy crystal, he said, "The fatal flaw of the Guardian of Order, which is an imitation of the soldiers of chaos, is that it is dull and dull. It does not have any self-consciousness, and it will not carry out an order until the end of time." Yun Nuoshing listened for 2 seconds and felt that something was not right. "So, you want to control them? Control them all the time? Those low-level puppets?" "That's right. That's why I said it's a defective product." Jingyun shrugged and showed a meaningful smile. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing and the others knew that this guy must have something to say, and seeing that he kept touching the energy crystal, it must have something to do with the guy inside. After a while, Jingyun continued, "In order to solve this problem, we spent many years researching an individual that could control the Guardians of Order, and that is the commanding individual that you see. Now, let me mention one more thing, the Abyssal Death Shroud. Do you think of anything?" Hui was startled. "Is the commander in the Abyssal Death Shroud. Also, they are almost the same type. They are all special models that were created to better control the energy imitations of the soldiers of chaos. However, the Abyssal Death Shroud spawn belongs to chaos. What we see now belongs to order." Jingyun nodded and continued. "As the core of the core, the superior of the order guards, the commander has the most comprehensive preservation of all kinds of information about the order guards. It even has the most complete and perfect structural rules. It itself is a mobile information carrier." At this point, Yun Nuoshing also understood. In other words, only one commander is needed to try to replicate the order guards of your era. Seeing Jingyun nodding with a smile, Yun Nuoshing suddenly narrowed her eyes. "You can even change it a little. For example, origin energy, origin energy, origin energy, something like that." Jingyun was also surprised when she heard that. Her answer was instinctive. Yes, you can. If you have the time, you can. Why don't you try to pin this guy down before we talk about the rest?" We reached out and patted the origin crystal. He then turned to Maple and the others. "It has woken up and is still struggling. I tried to hold it down, but the patient is resisting very fiercely. The things in its head are a mess, but it doesn't seem like it will self-destruct, so you don't have to worry about doing something wrong." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing walked forward and reached out to press on the crystal. The surging origin energy collapsed inward, and all of it drilled into the energy body of the commanding individual. The latter instantly stiffened with the surge of energy. Hui and the others were also stunned when they saw this. They subconsciously said, Did you kill him? You just killed it. It was not easy to save it. And you killed it again. Do you think I'm crazy?" Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at him in annoyance and continued to control the origin energy to drill into the energy body of the commanding individual. In a short while, he directly killed his way to the vicinity of its structural rules. Light surged, and a series of strange tinkling sounds rang out. Hui and the others did not know what Yun Nuoshing was doing. They only saw the commander trembling inside the crystal as if he was having a stroke. If they did not see his serious face, they would have thought that he was really trying to torture it to death. The whole process lasted for 5 minutes. They watched it tremble for 5 minutes, and then there was a strange, as if some kind of energy was vibrating and reverberating in the void, suddenly rang in their ears. They saw the commander stop moving. Many colorful energy patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the pure golden energy body. Finally, there was a dazzling light flashing in the position of the eyes, and the origin energy crystal dissipated. The Order Guardian, whose body was covered in colorful runes, froze for a few seconds. Then it spoke to itself. Its hollow voice, which could not be identified as a gender, rang in their ears. on standby, waiting for instructions. The situation seems to be good. Jing Yun Nuoxing walked up to the commander and patted it a few times. There's no problem. Little brother, keep it first. We'll find time to torture it when we get back. There are other things that we haven't finished yet. Yun Nuoxing also checked it up and down. When she felt that there was no problem, she kept it in her spiritual world. She let out a long sigh. Phew, I'll leave it to the little girl to study. Let's continue moving forward. I don't know if such a big movement here has attracted the other party's attention. If we're discovered— Hui, who had just walked 2 steps, heard that, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead again. The moment the door opens, they're going to hit us in the face, just like just now? Yun Nuoxing and the others could not help but laugh bitterly at the mention of being hit in the face by a large group of Order Guardians when they just opened the door. Who would have thought that such a group of wretched fellows would be hiding behind a door that did not have any energy movement? The later part of the journey was relatively smooth. They passed through many halls, passages, and saw many forks. However, the later forks they saw were even more tightly blocked. Dozens of layers of thick energy seals were hung, and the deeper they went, the stronger the seals were. The power prepared in each of the halls was also so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. Yun Nuoxing had to walk carefully, with her back hunched. Although it looked quite scary, on the other hand, it also proved that the sealed artifact that might exist in the deepest part of the hall was far from breaking the seal. It was just that there were more wounds in the passages, and it looked even more horrifying. How long until we reached the end of this soul-subduing ring? We could not help but mutter as they crossed another hall. The design of this place was a little too big, and it seemed that many places were empty and filled with defensive power. Could it be that this place was used to store these things and had no other purpose? Jing Yun counted with her fingers, but shook her head. I'm not sure either. According to the normal model of the soul, subduing ring, we should have reached the end long ago, but this one seems to be a little bigger. Originally, every hall in the soul-suppressing ring had a teleportation portal, but it's obvious that this one has been abandoned. The forked paths we saw on the way here actually led to another space, but looking at how they've been completely blocked, those spaces might have been abandoned as well. Jing Yun sighed. Hui scratched his cheek. Did we go the wrong way? It's a main road to the end. There are no meaningful forks. Those are all other spaces. Jing Yun shook her head in response. The road behind them was filled with repeated passages and halls. It was like an endless corridor that kept extending forward in front of them, and they could never see the end. Even after reaching a certain hall, there was no barrier separating the passage from the hall. The energy barrier was in a silent state, which surprised everyone. Yun Nuoxing squatted down and checked the surroundings. Her eyes trembled slightly. She waved her hand and enveloped the group in the domain of origin energy to hide them. There are traces of someone walking past. He should have just walked past, and it hasn't been long. We took a deep breath and took out the guardian's sword and shield. Are we almost there? Maybe. Yun Nuoxing gently, she gritted her teeth and pushed the door in front of her stealthily. It was as if she was secretly opening the door in the middle of the night and trying to sneak out. At this time, if she made a sound, bang, SSS, the heavy door made a loud bang, causing Yun Nuoxing and the others to grimace in pain, tilting their heads and covering their faces. They looked terrible. After the sound quietly faded, Yun Nuoxing tried to push the door open a little more, allowing the 4 of them to slip through the door. Then he secretly and quietly closed the door. This time, the door did not make too much noise, which made them all heave a sigh of relief. After crossing the passageway, they arrived at the hall. At this moment, The style of the hall had changed. It was as dark as before. The entire hall had taken on the shape of a sea urchin. The surrounding walls and floor had turned a dark, silvery white. The floor was no longer covered with endless magic arrays. Instead, it was covered with energy patterns that emitted a green energy light. It seemed as though countless amounts of energy were being transmitted from many places to some unknown place through these energy patterns. This is the deepest part of the soul suppressing ring, Jingyun said in a low voice. Even though she knew that they were all hiding behind the energy barrier, she still subconsciously lowered her voice. You can just treat this as the core of the spiritual temple. The core of the spiritual temple was the place where countless souls were hibernating and waiting to be awakened. In that case, this hall in the deepest part of the soul-suppressing ring was the spiritual temple where countless souls stayed. But it's so quiet, Feng Qinghuang said in a low voice. Although there are life auras, they are very weak. There are only some traces left behind. Most of the life auras are over there. She pointed her slender finger to the deepest part of the hall. Yun Nuoxing's group looked over and saw a tightly closed door. They all subconsciously looked at Jingyun, who was the only one who understood this place. Over there. Strange. Why are they all gathered there? Over there are souls that have been declared abandoned for treatment and have been deeply infected by the power of primal chaos. They have no choice but to give up. That can't be right. Jingyun's expression stiffened as she spoke. Huey's face twitched as well. It can't be that we'll see a bunch of primal souls that have been infected by the power of primal chaos pouncing on us the moment we open the door, right? That was a rather terrible question. They all fell silent at once. Now, they didn't know whether they should open the door or not. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, waved her hand, and took the lead to step forward. She strengthened the energy barrier at the same time. Then, she stuck close to the 30 zhangtal door and spread her soul power inside. She pricked up her ears to listen to the sounds inside. After a while, she made a no-problem gesture to everyone and pointed at the door. Hui and the others all moved closer and listened carefully. The sounds from inside immediately reached their ears. The situation here is definitely not good, but we can't give up just like that. What can we do? We can only drag it out and see which side can't hold on first. It's going to take a long time. Is that so? Even you guys won't be able to guard this place for long. Here and outside, and beyond. Phew, when Her Eminence gave us this mission, they didn't think it would be so difficult. It was the voice of the young man in the green robe. They had been listening to what he was talking about with the others since they were on their way here, so they didn't know for the time being. There's not much time left. This was the third voice. It sounded a little muddy, like a whisper. It's been too long. Everyone's souls have only left a minimum amount of power. If we hadn't secretly adjusted them, they might have been exhausted in advance. But we can't go that far yet. The time hasn't come yet, but there's not much time left. The young man in the green robe asked, "How long can it be suppressed?" It's hard to say. From the beginning to the end, it's not as we wish to suppress it. It's as if it's just bored and cooperated with us. What it wants to do is purely up to it. A few days ago, it broke free once. We were all prepared to die together with it. Unexpectedly, it became quiet again. We have to make a choice as soon as possible. Do we hold this world together and declare that our mission has failed, or do we have to sacrifice everything to continue the mission? Buddy, these two choices aren't necessarily up to us to decide. Yes, but at the very least, we can make the first decision before it, right? Yes, but at least we have to wait until the final moment comes. Until the final moment comes. For the sake of our lost world. Many voices sounded one after another, and it was a little noisy. As for the real content, Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't hear much. The most important thing they heard was probably the phrase, "We'll all die together." Anyway, when they heard it, their faces were a little dark. Chapter 1725. It was normal for this world to have some problems, be it the void, every world, or even every planet, every region, every country, every city, every family. There would always be some issues that were not easy to deal with. Either the issues would be resolved, or the issues would be resolved. There were only two outcomes. As for how this problem was caused, who knew? As for whether there were any secrets hidden in this place, well, every family had their own secrets, and the void had its own secrets as well. It was very normal for people to hide things that were fatal or not worth mentioning. There was nothing surprising about it. As for what kind of things were involved, it would depend on what kind of person was hiding them. Anyway, Yun Nuoshing felt that the group of people who were suspected to be the inheritors and the original inheritors were gathered together to discuss something. It was definitely not an ordinary matter. Between the lines, they were all talking about their fear of something. They were suppressing it, destroying it indiscriminately, and not being able to control it. These few short sentences made him think of something that could not be worse. According to the things that happened recently, even if it was not another chaos concept body, it was definitely related to chaos. However, this was a space created by the primordial god. Could the forces of chaos invade this place? He was not sure. The world of order had been defeated once. It seemed to be reasonable to discuss anything with that as the basis. Coincidentally, the void of chaos had also launched a large-scale attack on the world of order, the tide of chaos. It was still unclear what level and extent of the attack had caused the world of order to turn into a mess. On the surface, it seemed like nothing had happened. In fact, they were already trying to save the world of order. It was just that they could not find a better solution other than cutting it open. As Yun Nuoshing's mind was wandering, the conversation in the space in front of him suddenly stopped. The people inside seemed to be saying goodbye to each other. Then, he heard footsteps coming towards the door. Yun Nuoshing snapped back to reality and pushed the two girls to the side of the door. The door in front of him suddenly opened. A young man in a green robe slowly walked out. He looked up at the sea urchin-like hall and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly turned around. Yun Nuoshing and the others were shocked. Just as they thought that they had been exposed, they heard him say to the people inside the room, "Just wait for my good news. Maybe this time it will work, right?" After saying that, he walked out of the hall without waiting for a response. As the door closed with a bang, the entire hall returned to silence. Siyu watched the young man in green robe leave. Suddenly, she whispered in Yun Nuoshing's ear. Didn't he think that it was too far away? It took us so long to walk in. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. The atmosphere that was not serious to begin with collapsed because of this sentence. Yun Nuoshing reached out and scratched Siyu's head a few times as a response. The door in the hall was not closed tightly. It was only half open. Yun Nuoshing was curious and wanted to poke her head in to take a look. However, after thinking about it, she shook her head and stopped Hui and Siyu from doing anything. She waved her hand and turned around. "Forget it. Let's go." "Oh, aha." Jingyun responded subconsciously. Then she was stunned. "Aren't we going in to take a look?" "Aren't you afraid that you will see all the people inside, fully armed to the teeth, as soon as you enter?" Yun Nuoshing did not know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. "We are outsiders after all. Furthermore, we are in hiding. We can only see and hear for ourselves when we obtain information. If we want to grab someone and interrogate them directly, I don't think that's possible. At least, We have to come in openly." As he said that, he sighed, and his face darkened. "Trespassing into the territory every day. I don't want to be labeled as such again. There's nothing to worry about. We have already come to this point. What's there to be afraid of?" No, that's why." Yun Nuashing sighed in response. Then she was stunned. Hui and the others were also stunned. They did not seem to have said those words just now. Siyu clapped her hands. We've been caught." Yun Nuashing. Even the origin energy's invisibility was not useful these days. Or was it that they had already been discovered when they were making a ruckus in the passageway? For example, if they left an energy mark, they would be able to sense it. Jie, the unlatched door, slowly moved inward until it was completely open. A voice came from inside, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to smile even more bitterly. "Friends from the outside, please come in for a chat." Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry as she tugged at her fringe. "No, I'm sure that there's no problem with our invisibility. Why is the origin energy's ineffectiveness these days? This can't be." He spread out his hands. "After all, we trespassed into the territory." "Don't mention that word. I'm allergic." The five of them looked at each other for a moment. Yun Nuashing sighed. Since they were already here and had been discovered, there was nothing to worry about. She removed her invisibility and walked directly in. Immediately, she turned her head and walked into the door, leading the others into the small room. Inside the door was a very spacious space. A soft blue shimmer was emitted from the metallic floor, slightly illuminating this huge, spacious space. However, the entire space above was dark, and the light could not illuminate the other side. The space in front of them was a square hall. The floor was illuminated by the soft blue light, and there were clusters of blue crystals of varying sizes. Walking in was like walking into a mirror maze, and they could see their own reflections in all directions. Walking along these clusters of crystals toward the center of the hall, they found that these clusters of crystals were distributed in a circular shape, from the center of the hall to the outside. The clusters of crystals were larger. However, in the center, there was a huge crystal that was so huge that it made people dizzy. In the forest, the cluster of crystals in the center pointed upward like a sharp sword. When they walked into the crystal forest, the blue crystal clusters emitted a faint fluorescent light. It was as if they had walked into the forest on a summer night and startled the fireflies on the ground. The sky was full of light dots dancing in the air. It looked quite beautiful. The extraordinarily huge cluster of crystals in the center also released countless light particles. They hovered in the air for a while, and then gathered below the cluster of crystals. After a few seconds, these white and gold examples merged together and condensed into a solid figure. It was a girl who looked to be in her 20s. Her face was stiff and expressionless. Her gray eyes were like mirrors that reflected Yun Nuashing and the others who had walked into the crystal forest. There was no emotion or emotion in them. She was wearing the same white uniform as the white-haired inheritor and the green-robed youth. Her figure was almost solid, but the outline of her body was shining with a thin layer of green-blue light film. It was like a mark that was deliberately added to distinguish the boundary between her and the real world. Since she appeared, her eyes fell on Yun Nuashing and stared at him closely. When the latter and the others came closer, she slowly nodded and bowed, and said softly in a low voice, "Gaian, the inheritor of the god of destruction, we have been waiting here for a long time." "How did you know?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. He had not even opened his mouth, and the girl had already exposed him. "You have the aura of the god of destruction on you. It is very close, very close. For a moment, we even mistook it for the presence of the god of destruction." Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched slightly. Well, it seemed that he was too close to her, and even his aura was 80% similar to hers. He guessed that the only difference between them now was in strength. All right. He sighed and narrowed his eyes, seeming a little helpless. So, when were we exposed? The girl in white continued to use that strange, deep voice to reply. When you came in, we sensed your presence. Yin Nuoshing wanted to say something, but Hui suddenly stepped forward and said excitedly, so those magic circles, the guardians of order, and the like were all you're doing? No, that was just a problem with the self-defense mechanism of the soul subduing ring, and it classified you as hostile intruders. She shook her head lightly, and when she spoke, her voice suddenly became as gentle as flowing water. We have been guarding the soul subduing ring for a very, very long time. Even though it is a creation of the god of destruction, it still suffered irreversible damage under the dual effects of time and destruction. You, who have never appeared in the records of the soul subduing ring, were classified as hostile intruders even though you have the aura of origin. That part of the defense mechanism that went out of control was triggered by you. The sudden change in the voice made Yun Nuoshing feel that something was wrong. As if he was catching the words, he asked in confusion, "You guys?" "Yes, we." She nodded. Yun Nuoshing's colorful eyes scanned the person in front of her for a long time. She pinched a strand of hair that fell to her waist, and after a long time, she seemed to understand something. "Oh, you are an entity formed by fusing multiple souls and soul fragments." "Yes." "Is it to preserve those souls that are about to collapse?" "Yes." Yun Nuoshing suddenly thought of something. She turned around and looked at the crystal forest. "These crystals are also used to preserve souls?" "Yes." It was a monotonous response. Even though her face was stiff, he could still hear her, the faint trembling in her voice, and it was not difficult to see the struggle and sigh in their hearts. "How many of you are there?" She moved for the first time. She slightly spread her arms and calmly replied, "This body has gathered 120 souls. This body is the amalgamation of these 120 souls. We are ourselves, and we are the continuation of our lost world." So, you know that the passing of that era, as well as the origin heavenly god, and the others. Jingyun sighed when she heard this. That is a fact that needs to be faced. Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. His colorful eyes, and the pair of gray eyes looked at each other. What's wrong with this world? There was a long silence. Even the light of the crystals around them dimmed a little. The fireflies that were flying around them also stopped. A large wave of confusion and blankness washed over Yun Nuoshing and the others. It couldn't be that even they themselves didn't know what was going on, right? Was it really that the onlookers saw more clearly than the onlookers, but they had just arrived, and they didn't know anything either? I don't know. In the end, the answer was given as they expected, but it made their heads hurt a little. They had gone through a lot. It wasn't that exaggerated to come to this world, and the first group of people they met, they didn't know much about this world. They didn't even know what was going on the other side. But from what they heard from the other side, they knew what was going on the other side, and they even tried desperately to reach out to them in an attempt to contact them. They really spent a lot of effort, and even paid the price of overdrawing the power of this world. But when they reached out, they couldn't touch anything. After that, they also didn't know what was going on in this world. They only knew that there was definitely a problem. Then let me put it another way. What is this world going through? Yun Nuoshing waved her hand with a pained expression. I heard everything you said just now. What are you suppressing in the soul suppression ring? You are trying to continue the mission of this world. What are you doing? Your so-called mission, what is it? What followed was a longer silence, and the atmosphere seemed to be a little oppressive. Yun Nuoshing saw that her expression was flickering, and the crystal light around her was also flickering. There were multiple thoughts intersecting here, and it seemed like there was a dispute. He didn't doubt that it was the 120 souls fiercely fighting at the soul level, quarreling with themselves, arguing with themselves, fighting with themselves, and so on. And this process continued for a whole 10 minutes without ending. Just when Yun Nuashing and the others thought that they couldn't come to a conclusion and wanted to urge or do something, the girl in white suddenly spoke, and they all turned their attention. We have accepted the mission of passing down some things from the God of Origin. It is also a legacy. This mission should have ended when you all arrived, but her voice suddenly changed. It was a man's voice, and it sounded urgent. There's an uncontrollable reason that obstructs the entire mission. We can't decide whether or not we should tell you what's going on here. That is, what we need to face is an extremely terrifying existence. It exists here, waiting in the soul suppression ring, sleeping forever. But it is a person who is pretending to be asleep. We don't know what it is, but we know that it suddenly descended here. The world fell into darkness, chaos, endless chaos, darkness, and madness. There were 7 to 8 different voices coming out at the same time, just like when they were eavesdropping outside the door. It sounded like a bunch of people were talking, but in fact, it was just one person acting as a bunch of people and using a small mouth to say 120 different sound effects as Yun Nuashing listened. His expression gradually turned gloomy. This obvious description, this complete statement, confirmed the thoughts in his heart, chaotic concept body. The noisy thoughts instantly stopped because of those 5 words. At the same time, all of them stiffened and were forcefully suppressed from speaking. After another period of silence, everyone thought that they would hear the expected answer. But instead, they saw her gently shaking her head. No, I can only determine that it is related to chaos, but it is not a concept of chaos. Yun Nuashing. Okay, wrong guess. Then take us to see its situation. Yun Nuashing raised his head and stared straight at her. If you can't solve it, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. We might not be able to solve it either. Everyone, cough, cough. But how would I know if I don't take a look? Although there is a difference in the concept of an era or something like that, my foundation remains the same. Since I'm a member of Order, fighting against chaos is something that cannot be avoided. It's a decision that I can make without thinking, isn't it? Yun Nuashing spread his hands and laughed. Things were finally clear. The mission passed down by the heavenly God of Origin was blocked by that unknown ghost, leaving them in a dilemma. That was easy. If they could just kill that ghost. As for whether they could kill it or not, well, that was another matter. Yes, anyway, let us go and see the situation first. He also waved his hand. Our situation is a little special. We can't tell if there is really no way to kill that ghost without seeing it. You see, the successor of the heavenly God of destruction. You haven't seen it before, right? Maybe there is a chance. Hui slapped Yun Nuashing on the shoulder, and the latter's cheeks twitched. If it was not for the fact that it was not a good time to talk back, he would have punched him into the void. At first, they thought that the matter should have progressed to the next step, but in the end, she still calmly shook her head, causing them to be stunned. Just as they were about to say something, they opened their mouths and replied, "The gate we are guarding has a flaw, so it can't be opened from our side. We can only determine whether it is obedient from the degree of loosening of the gate." Slap! Yun Nuashing and the others slapped their faces. They were all speechless. He was so speechless that he had a heart attack. Now, he finally understood what she meant by 771 paths, all of which lead to death. This was too fragmented. No, but isn't this made by the heavenly God of Origin? He stared at her with his eyes wide open. How can there be a defect just because you say so? What kind of defect is it that you can't even open the gate? Did you break the doorknob? Siyu could not help but ask, did you break the gate when you broke in? For the first time, the girl in white had an expression on her face. She looked at Siyu with a little surprise, then turned her head and continued to look at Yun Nuoshing. The expression on her face changed for a moment, as if she was communicating something internally. After a while, she suddenly bowed slightly and turned around. Please come with us. This was the second time this subtle movement had happened, and we noticed it. He could not help but say to Maple in his soul, there is also a level gap among the heavenly gods of origin. Look at her. Their attitude towards you seems to be able to tell. They have never met each other before, and they are all inheritors, but they are showing respect. At the mention of this, Yun Nuoshing, who had just taken 2 steps forward, froze. He suddenly recalled the image he saw in the depths of the White Palace in the model of the continent of origin. He still remembered that she was standing below the person on the throne at that time, one of the 3 people. Oh, if that's the case, she does seem to be in a very high position. Hui nodded in understanding, but I don't think so. It should be her own situation that is special. Yun Nuoshing then shook his head and sighed. Forget it. There is no point in talking about this now. They went around the crystal forest and continued to walk into the depths of the square space. They thought that they would soon reach the end. Before they stepped out of the crystal forest, they could still see the walls of the room at a glance. After they stepped out of the crystal forest, the space in front of them widened a lot in an instant. While the space behind them did not change, the space in front of them that had just extended out quickly changed. Clusters of crystals appeared on the road on both sides, but these crystals seemed to be used for illumination. They were not the crystal clusters that were used to assist in storing souls in the forest just now. In a short while, they reached the end of this extended space. The girl in white stopped in front of them, Yun Nuoshing, and the others also came closer before they stopped. They raised their heads and looked forward, then naturally looked around. It was still a square space that looked like a hall. On the wall in front of them, they could see a circle about 1,000 feet in diameter. The whole circle was cast with crystals, but they were the kind of gray, dim crystals that seemed to have lost all their energy and become useless decorations. On the left and right sides of the crystal circle that had lost its luster, they could see huge weapons of different shapes made of stone inlaid on the wall. At a glance, when they saw the many weapons, except for Yun Nuoshing, Hui and the others felt a vast and mighty aura that transcended time rushing towards them. The aura that was like a torrent rushing towards them. It was as if they were not made of stone, but real divine weapons that were covered with a layer of stone and inlaid here. The aura was as heavy as a vast galaxy, causing their feet to tremble uncontrollably. The weapons made by the god of origin. Jingyun's cheeks trembled slightly. As she had seen many of them, she was more used to it. She only trembled for a moment before returning to normal, but the energy has been lost, leaving only some aura that is inscribed with the passage of time. If the undamaged genuine was placed here, I reckon that we would not be able to withstand the pressure and would have retreated. The door is here. The girl's voice quietly sounded, reverting to the second gentle voice. She floated to the front of the dim crystal wall and pressed her palm lightly on the dim crystal wall. When she saw that their eyes were focused on her, she gently raised her hand and pointed upwards, reminding them softly, "Flaw." Yun Nuoshing and the others moved closer and raised their heads to look at the dim crystal wall. In the middle of the wall, there was indeed a huge gap. As the wall was surrounded by crystals, one would not be able to see it clearly if they did not pay attention. Moreover, the gap was exceptionally rough. It was obvious that it was violently torn open. Yun Nuoshing subconsciously took out the blue fragment. Hui and the others also abruptly turned their heads to look at the fragment in his hand. It was the size of a palm. Then they raised their heads and looked at the gap that was 100 to 200 meters long. For a moment, they were all silent. What about the fragment? Yun Nuoshing felt that her voice was a little stiff. I don't know. Well, this was the expected answer. They thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, but now it seemed that they had seen a mirage. Yun Nuoshing sighed with a gloomy face. She pulled her hair and had a headache. Her mind was full of nagging. Ah! Jing Yun suddenly screamed at this moment, causing Yun Nuoshing and the others to tremble. They looked at the former, who was dancing with excitement, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you screaming for?" "Fragment." Jing Yun slapped the young man's shoulder, causing the latter to be stunned. "That fragment. It looks like that fragment." Yun Nuoshing, ? It's the fragment. Jing Yun was excited for a while. Then she quickly shouted, "Young man, the fragment that you saw last in the area where we met. The fragment that created another void and created another timeline with a tremor." Yun Nuoshing. Chapter 1726. There was nothing left in the void. Most things that fell into the void would slowly be eroded and disintegrated by the void, reverting to their energy form before they were born. Everything would return to the void, but that was not the case for origin creations. Creations with origin energy and origin rules would not be eroded even if they were placed in the void, existing forever with the world. That was how it should be. As a result, what they saw along the way was that all kinds of origin creations were destroyed in fancy ways. Here was a fragment, and there was a pile of broken garbage. Now, it was not that the void was full of their traces, but that the void was full of the garbage they had created. It was truly disillusionment, complete disillusionment. Well, the world was unpredictable. After all, the heavenly gods of origin had been killed, and the things they left behind were not really indestructible. At least, there was a group of inhuman things in the chaotic void that could destroy the things they left behind. For example, now, the thing that was 800% of their creation was damaged for some unknown reason. The doorknob was sent flying, and the doorknob had made an epic journey along the void. Look at what it had done. It had taken away several void regions and used its own rules to fuse them into a normal void. Although the interior was still a zero-point world, it was a little different from the zero-point world's timeline. Incidentally, it had also snatched a bunch of worlds from them when they were resonating with the timeline. Now, look at the protagonist who caused this series of events. Well, it was just a fragment, a doorknob that should have been embedded here. Yun Nuoshing still remembered the fragment that Jing Yun mentioned. After all, it was something that had been handled by him, so it left a deep impression on him. Now that Jing Yun mentioned it, he immediately raised his head and looked at the gap in the crystal wall. The image of the obsidian fragment appeared in his mind. He pointed it at the gap in front of him and reduced the size of the fragment according to the proportion. Then he could place it perfectly in the gap. The puzzle pieces matched. As for the fragment, I didn't bring it with me. Yun Nuoshing shook her head in response to Jing Yun and the others' stares. That thing has been hanging beside the divine realm ever since it was dragged back from another place that isolated the void from the timeline. There was no time to deal with it, but look at what happened after we returned. Leaving aside the fact that someone put me in a sack and dragged me away, there were all sorts of troublesome things that happened after that. And I've been lying in bed for 100 billion years. Where would I have the time to deal with it? Jing Yun laughed dryly. He scratched his head and pretended to be dumb. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him impatiently. She took out her crossed arms and waved gently, but the mark left on the fragment still exists. It shouldn't be a problem to drag it here from the other side. "Wait a minute, I'll move it over." With that, he moved first. His long, colorful hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his entire body shone with a thick layer of colorful light. Massive energy surged out of his body and drilled into the void, before disappearing instantly as if it had fallen into a black hole and was nowhere to be found. While Feng was busy, Hui and Jingyun did not wait idly. They looked around the dimly lit hall, and in the next moment, they took out energy towers that were hundreds of feet tall, shrunk them a little, and pressed them on the ground. Energy runes, and many runes climbed out of the towers and into the space, connecting it to the space. Feng Qing Wang and Siyu saw it and guessed that they were going to establish the first base here, and quickly took out the energy towers that they had been keeping. "What are you doing?" The girl in white, who was 120 souls, saw what they were doing and moved closer to them, looking at the Origin energy towers. After a moment of silence, she said, "Origin energy, Origin rules, great power, weapons of war. What else can we do?" Hui put down the energy tower in his hand without looking back and sighed. "Of course, I'm prepared to fight at any time. Let's not talk about whether that thing inside is a chaos concept body, but we've encountered chaos concept bodies one after another over the years. I'm a little traumatized. As long as there's a 1% chance that it's a chaos concept body, I'm prepared to press its face into the void and wash it." As she listened, her stiff expression suddenly twitched, and she repeated, "Over the years, it is now the middle of the 51st era, and we are about to enter the late period. The Order Void is very chaotic now, and a bunch of ill-intentioned fellows who have stolen the Chaos Concept body are preparing to make the Order Void their own backyard and cause trouble as they wish." Jing Yun casually replied, even as she was fiddling with the Origin energy towers. "But we have time to talk about that. Tremors." A moderate tremor suddenly occurred, startling Jing Yun and the others. They subconsciously stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at planet Yunhua. However, he still had his eyes closed, concentrating on guiding the fragment to cross the void and arrive here. Moreover, he seemed to have sensed the tremor just now and opened his eyes. It seemed that it was not caused by him. Then, they turned their gazes to the girl in white. At this moment, they were staring at the dim crystal wall. After a moment of silence, the energy that remained in the hall suddenly moved and gathered towards this place. Anomaly, low-level intensity. Within a safe range, the intensity is gradually increasing. She softly muttered to herself. Hui and Jing Yun slowly stood up, and the energy in their bodies began to circulate as they stared at the crystal wall vigilantly. Hui waved at Siyu and Feng Qing Huang, signaling them to step back, and then took out the guardian's sword and shield. Holding her breath, Jing Yun subconsciously pressed down on the energy tower that she had just prepared. Strands of energy runes spread out from her palm and wrapped around the tower, and the glittering energy crystals were constantly swallowing the light of Origin energy. The originally dull gray crystal wall suddenly became a little darker. The light was swallowed up, and the wall was dyed black by an unknown substance. An extremely uncomfortable aura slowly gathered behind the wall as if it wanted to seep in. Buzz. When the entire crystal wall turned into a deep black, the surface of the many giant stone weapons that stood on both sides of the wall began to glow with energy runes. The Origin energy trembled within the stones and kept leaking into the space and coincidentally gathered at the crystal wall. The collision of the two forces of order happened quietly, and it was not as violent as when they collided in the void. Everything happened in silence. The thick black luster on the crystal wall lasted for about 5 minutes under the suppression of the Origin energy. During that time, the chaos energy kept growing, but it did not grow to the point where it could break through the seal of the Origin energy. After 5 minutes, it slowly dimmed, and the crystal wall slowly returned to its original dull gray state under the golden light. The chaos energy that filled the dim hall gradually dissipated. Phew, I thought a fight was going to break out soon. Hui let out a sigh of relief. At this time, they did not even have a defensive position ready. If a fight broke out hastily, the chances of them losing would not be low. It's still within the safe range. Don't worry. She spoke softly and then immediately changed to a crisp male voice. However, there is not much time left. Its activities are becoming more frequent, and its energy is becoming more and more frenzied. I'm afraid that before long, even this last layer of deceit will be easily disintegrated. He scratched his head and looked at the stone weapons inlaid on the wall. He frowned in confusion. But aren't those all made by the gods of origin? Even their energy can't suppress that thing behind the door? Those things have been there for too long. Jingyun answered on behalf of Hui Jun. He looked at Hui Jun and shrugged. Like I said just now, these things were indeed made by the gods of origin, but obviously they were not kept well. The origin energy and the origin law also felt a little rushed. So, after such a long time, they will naturally have some problems. Just like the relics of origin you saw in the Cloud Continent before, too much time has passed, and too few traces have been left. Gradually, they could not withstand the corrosion of time. The girl in white nodded. Anyway, there was still some time. Hui and Jingyun quickly dealt with the energy towers that were standing there, seizing the time to set them up so that the realm of order and the realm of origin could be deployed here first. According to conventional experience, when two things happen here, the whole thing would accelerate to the end. Feng Qing Huang and Siyu knew this very well. Generally speaking, when things had developed to this point, it was not far from the end. However, they still had many things to figure out. So, what is the mission that the gods of origin gave you? Siyu suddenly jumped to the side of the girl in white and asked softly. They tilted their heads and looked at her. Their gray eyes were emotionless. After a while, the female voice came out and answered on behalf of them. A hope for the world of order. Siyu was stunned. Her breath froze. Such an abstract statement, such an abstract description. Was it referring to something very important? Order. A trump card against chaos. As she spoke softly, she suddenly turned to look at Yun Nuoshing, who was floating in the air, and muttered to herself, "You should be able to, at this moment, only the two of you can accept it." Hui and Jing Yun looked at each other blankly and shook their heads. Trump card, hope, such a mysterious thing. When they heard that it was left behind by the gods of origin, they were more or less a little excited. But to be honest, when they thought about the fate of the things left behind by the gods of origin, their excitement and anticipation were immediately extinguished. The girl in white seemed to have thought of something, or rather, she felt that this was the right time. She suddenly opened her mouth and said a lot of things. After the gods sent us into this world, they told us that the void would usher in an earth-shattering change. We need to move towards the place where chaos cannot cover and escape from the vortex of chaos. The door that closed on that day had isolated this world from the outside world for countless years. We have always kept track of time, but we do not know when it will end. Siyu could not help but ask, "Aren't you too curious about what is going to happen at that time?" This is clearly a conversation of last words. It is fine. The air does not care about that. Or rather, we have divined a little and know what is going to happen to the void of order. She shook her head. Since this is the arrangement of your eminence, the successor only needs to accept the mission. Your eminence also mentioned other places and things. It seems that many people and worlds have been arranged to be preserved in the future. We don't know what's going on over there, but your eminence told us to take that hope and leave as far away as possible and never look back. At first, we could still vaguely connect with the gods. We could occasionally hear the chaotic whispers from the center of the void. The other parts of the void of order were relatively peaceful, and only the center was chaotic, until one day our connection with the gods was completely cut off. That was the same as what Brother Lay and the others had said. There should not be any cognitive deviation or error. Since the questions were almost over, there was only one question left. Then what is going on with this world? Why is it divided into two parts? I don't know. Hui and Jing Yun, who had been listening, could not help but smile bitterly when they heard the answer. Things had come back to the original point. No one knew what was wrong with this world, why it was divided into two parts, and why there was a part of people who would go into an out-of-body state and wander around the stars. And these two spaces, forget it. Who knows what is going on? You really don't know anything? See, you frowned and poked the girl. Just say something. Say something you know. For example, what do you know about the other side? Or what do you not know? The white-clothed girl's eyebrows seemed to twitch again. She tilted her head and looked at Siyu, who was circling them. She also lowered her head and pondered. White lines flashed across her gray eyes, as if there was a lot of information. At first, they did not exist, until a certain moment. They appeared on the other side of the stars. Yep, she did say something in the end. As for whether it was useful or not, it was probably useful. With this piece of information, it was possible to guess that perhaps the origin heavenly God had split this world into two parts to preserve it separately or something. But it seems to be completely unnecessary. We could not help but mumble. Why split it into two parts? Then I don't know. You have to ask the origin heavenly God. Jing Yun stopped messing with the origin energy tower and threw a glance at the young man. Or wait for the young man to understand and ask him for an answer or something. I think that Hope will definitely see the message left behind by the origin heavenly God. Based on what we know about the origin, this is already an experience. Speaking of that, we finished dealing with the last energy tower and looked up at Maple. Maple, I'm done here. How's your side? As soon as his voice trailed off, the space in front of Yun, Nuoshing, suddenly split open. It was a fissure that reflected the dark colors of the void. He turned around and nodded. Okay, the fissure is open. Come and help me hold the door open. I'll bring the thing over. Hold it open. Hui was stunned. Although he was still confused, he had to go over first. As soon as he went over, Maple threw the blue shard into his hand. There was still a vast amount of origin energy rolling in the shard. It seemed that the shard was used to hold open the fissure in this world. Yun Nuoshing reached out and touched the surface of the fissure. A circle of ripples quickly spread across the entire fissure. Then a huge amount of origin energy began to gather, and the fissure trembled slightly. Huey's expression turned serious. Now that he was helping to hold the door open, he knew better than anyone what was going on in the fissure. There was an extremely huge existence trying to cross into this space through the fissure. The energy shock caused by the other side of the door was already quite shocking. If things went wrong, it would not be difficult to tear the void on both sides of the door open. Crack! Everyone in the hall turned to look at the space beside the crack. They were shocked when they saw that a piece of the space beside the crack had been shattered like glass. Then a slight tremor suddenly descended, and it was rapidly intensifying. What a big movement! Yun Nuoshing felt that something was wrong. She raised her hand and threw out a circle to surround the fissure. The origin energy gushed out and enveloped the entire fissure. The tremor caused by the fissure was also reduced by 90% in an instant. The girl in white raised her hand and released a torrent of energy letting the light fall in the hall. The space that was still a little shaky suddenly quieted down completely. She stared straight at the spacious fissure. Her eyes flashed as she recognized the thing that was trying to come from behind the fissure, the aura of the door. She looked back at the crystal wall. The dim crystals were releasing a faint fluorescent light at this moment, as if something was about to return. She looked at it, and suddenly her eyes trembled. This movement is not right. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Before she could figure out what was wrong, the huge fissure floating in front of her suddenly shook violently. Energy ripples surged out from the two ends of the fissure and moved closer to the center. There were even circles of expanding energy halos behind the fissure, and in the middle of the halos, a sharp black dot slowly squeezed out of the fissure. Then it instantly rushed out of the fissure and rushed towards the crystal wall. It was so fast that no one present could react. When they came back to their senses, they saw that it had already crashed into the crystal wall. Ding! The crisp sound of the crystal hitting the wall spread throughout the hall in an instant. The fragments and the gap in the wall were perfectly stuck together. It was as if a broken mirror had been repaired. It was impossible to tell that it had been broken before. Then, the crystal wall that was still dim a moment ago quickly shone with a colorful light. The surging origin energy quickly filled the entire crystal wall, making it look like a large piece of glass casting art. It was exceptionally dazzling. Just when Yun Nuashing thought that he had succeeded in closing the fissure, and was about to discuss whether to directly rush in and fight with the chaotic unknown thing, the light of the crystal wall suddenly became much brighter, as if there was a burst of bright light bursting out of a newborn nebula, and its brightness was still increasing. Everything in sight was almost dyed white by this overly dazzling light. Hui looked at the nonstop movement and sweated. "Don't tell me it's going to do that." Yun Nuashing landed on the ground with a stiff face and quickly put up an energy barrier. As everyone knew, the origin energy plus the unusually dazzling light plus the surge of energy, the next step would be the rumbling sound of celebration. However, this law did not seem to apply to this world. The excessive surge of energy last time was caused by the heart of the world. It did not explode, but the statue had an abnormal phenomenon. And this time, the accumulated energy of the crystal wall was obviously a little abnormal, but it was not too excited to crack. When the light almost swallowed the entire hall, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the center of the crystal wall. It was so dark that it seemed to be able to swallow the entire world of order. After that little bit of darkness appeared, it quickly spread to every corner of the crystal wall. The dazzling light was occupied by darkness and gray light in the next second. The entire hall seemed to have experienced the light of the creation of the world in just a short minute, and then the world quickly fell into the shadow of darkness. The breath of chaos suddenly burst out from it, and Yun Nuashing and the others' expressions changed rapidly. "I knew it. When we encounter these things, there will not be a smooth sailing time." Yun Nuashing sighed with a bitter face. This was really, every time something happened to the origin, his life would be shortened. If there were no accidents, he would not be able to live up to the name of the origin. In an instant, the clamorous, frenzied, and incomparably enormous tyrannical energy burst into the hall. However, as they had prepared their order domain beforehand, even if the energy of chaos suddenly attacked, the people in the hall weren't affected at all. The order domain strengthened by the origin energy could last for quite a long time in the domain of chaos. The girl in white turned around and closed the door with a wave of her hand. She sealed off the exit and did not allow the presence of chaos to leak out. They felt the violent energy of chaos wreaking havoc in the hall. Their gray eyes could not help but tremble slightly. The door is complete. However, Its power has taken control of the door before us. It has been paying attention to this place all along. It has miscalculated. Trouble has come knocking on our door. We smile bitterly. It is really urgent. We have not even gone there, and it has already come knocking on our door. It can't be helped. Jing Yun also did not know whether to laugh or cry as she knocked on her own head. The talent of chaos, preemptive strike. It is always them who comes looking for trouble with order first, no matter where it is. The chaotic energy that was roaming wildly in the hall was wanton, but it could not do anything to the thing in the golden realm. Yun Nuoshing raised his eyes and looked at the chaotic energy around him. In a trance, he could feel a weak will that existed in the chaotic energy. That will was looking at him. The pressure from the realm of order was directly attacking his soul, but it was blocked by the world core. Immediately afterward, he suddenly felt the realm core tremble violently. That inexplicable feeling caused his soul to tremble 3 times. His entire body trembled, and his vision also changed passively. At the place where his eyes were focused, the chaotic aura and the gloomy, cloud-like energy were suddenly peeled off its outer shell and penetrated deeper layer by layer. When he was close to the deepest part, a dazzling light suddenly rushed into his line of sight, causing his multicolored eyes to widen abruptly. A trace of astonishment inadvertently flowed out. That was the light of the origin energy. Chapter 1727. The origin energy was understood literally. If one were to understand it in the simplest way, one might think that it was a power controlled by the origin heavenly God. However, because it was too special, it was given a name with a special meaning. In fact, it was not wrong to understand it this way. In fact, Yun Nuo used to understand it this way until he understood some more special things and went deeper and deeper into it. The so-called origin energy was indeed a kind of power controlled by the heavenly God of origin. However, to be more specific, it would be, when the world was created more than 300 eras ago, the energy possessed by the order that was holed up in a corner was the true form of the origin energy. Then, at this moment, an equation was written in the void, the result of adding everything that the original order possessed, including the origin energy, would be the heavenly God of origin, and they were obviously equal to the existence on the other side of the void. They and the existence on the other side of the void each represented the entire void. Therefore, the fact that the origin energy was eroded by the presence of chaos, he had actually expected it. Order and chaos were opposites. If the origin energy could erode the power of chaos, then naturally the power of chaos could erode the origin energy as well. However, the position of the origin energy and the origin energy was too high. At first glance, it was indeed a little scary. In the void of order, the origin energy, represented by the heavenly God of origin. Perhaps not many beings of order would dare to believe that the origin energy would be eroded by the power of chaos one day. The purpose of this news would only be to disturb the minds of the beings of order. Is that so? Even the origin energy could be eroded by the power of chaos? Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled. I can't hide it. He turned his head. The woman in white stretched her hand out of the range of the domain of order and directly touched the chaos energy that was flowing wildly in the hall. Her expressionless face seemed to stiffen for a moment. She even let out a soft sigh. Hui, and the others were stunned when they said that. They immediately turned their gazes to Yun Nuoshing, who was standing beside them. Seeing that he nodded in confirmation, their expressions became a little complicated once again. But it's not something that we can't accept or imagine. After all, they are on the same level as the origin energy, and they have been defeated once. Hui heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head helplessly. Feng, can you figure out which origin energy it is? Yun Nuoxing shook her head. It's already distorted. Although it's the aura of the origin energy, I can't find any familiar feeling. I can't find the 147 or the other 49. Why? What are you trying to do? In the records of the God realm, there was information on how to suppress the origin energy. Although I don't know which origin heavenly God left this information behind, I immediately thought of this. We shrugged. I don't think they were left behind for no reason. Could it be that they predicted something? Jingyan suddenly felt that something was not right. Could it be that they had predicted that the origin energy left behind in the world would, and the chaos energy that could distort the origin energy? Yun Nuoxing gently nodded in response to his worries. It's on the same level as the annihilation energy. Although they had guessed it, they still felt a chill down their spines when it was confirmed. This level of thing was really big. The dark storm that swept across the hall suddenly changed. Yun Nuoxing pulled out the nether void sword and took a few steps back as she felt the movement. The circling storm suddenly rolled like the sea of clouds under the storm, but it was not about to expand or retreat. The dark energy storm suddenly retreated to the left, and right as if a tornado was forcibly torn into two tornadoes, one on the left and one on the right. In the middle was the crystal wall that had been dyed pure black. The dim light that was converging still carried an extremely strong aura of non-order. Staring at it through the realm of order made them feel a little annoyed. If it was not for the fact that the enemy was not in front of them, they would have rushed up and fought for 30,000 rounds. Snap out of it. It was like the echo of the void, trembling, with a weak initial aura. Hui and the others were stunned, and the battle intent and killing intent in their slightly narrowed eyes suddenly subsided. He stared blankly at Maple, whose body was already faintly glowing with the initial light. Just now, the chaos energy this time is too strong. It's the real annihilation energy. It's on the same level as the demonic shadow we saw on the cloud continent. The energy alone can affect you all. Yun Nuoxing said softly as she looked down at the origin light that was faintly glowing on her body. Her expression was a little solemn. He had actually underestimated it a little. The chaos energy this time was probably more deadly than the demonic shadow they saw on the cloud continent. The latter was just a clone that was comparable to the real body. Could it be? He suddenly looked up at the crystal wall and narrowed his eyes. Could it be that there was an inheritor who was completely devoured by the demonic shadow? How many inheritors do you have? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the girl in white. He pointed at the crystal wall with his chin and said, "It's emitting the origin energy that is tainted by the chaos energy. Is there any inheritor missing?" The girl in white closed her eyes as if she was searching for her memory. After about a minute, she opened her eyes and shook her head gently. "No." "Then it can only be some other special situation." Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He let out a long sigh. "We can't just stand here. As usual, I'll go check out the situation. You all stay here." Ugh. Before he could finish speaking to Hui and the others, he saw him and Jing Yun desperately taking out energy towers. Energy runes and God's representative runes were thrown into the realm as if they were free. The originally spacious hall suddenly had 100 or 200 energy towers stuffed full of energy runes. It suddenly became very crowded. Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a normal process. Feng Qinghuang saw that he was about to move. She quickly hugged him and said softly, "Be careful." Yun Nuoxing nodded. Suddenly, he felt something warm in his hand. He raised his hand and looked at it. There was a small pink flame dancing in his palm. He was stunned when he saw her serious and solemn expression. He patted Feng Qinghuang's head and said, "I'll leave this to you. I'll go check it out." the true phoenix fire. It had been a long time since he last saw it. In this life, ugh, Feng Qinghuang had mentioned it to him many times. However, he did not agree each time. The little girl seemed to be a little resentful. Ah, they're coming. Before Yun Nuoxing stepped out of the realm of order, the girl in white suddenly said something that caught Yun Nuoxing off guard. The inheritors of the two realms, are here, she said calmly. The soul-suppressing ring could not completely suppress the eruption of the chaos energy. The realms outside are the first to be affected. Fortunately, the statues in the realms have suppressed the chaos energy. It's fine for now. Oh, Yun Nuoxing shrugged. As he turned around and walked out of the realm of order, he waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, you can let them wait here quietly. I'll go and scout the path first. The area in front is an area where trouble will happen. I wish you all the best." The center of the crystal wall suddenly released a dark and dense light of chaos. It landed on Yun Nuoxing, who was already in front of it. After a while, the light of chaos dissipated and dragged him into the unknown area. It was cold and gloomy. It was like an endless sea of distracting thoughts, noise, negative emotions, and extreme evil. It was even heavier and more ridiculous than the sea of void. As the saying goes, life is a constant struggle against fate and being ravaged by fate. In the end, either the two sides reach a compromise or fate will play you to death. That was not an exaggeration. What? Struggle against fate? Forget it. The process of struggle is fate itself. However, the word itself was too abstract and too abstract. It was something that could not be accurately observed. He could not, we could not, and the gods of origin, God knows if they could. However, they could influence the fate of countless people with a little fiddling. That was something that the two of them could also do. Well, it was just something that could not be directly observed. That was why there was no accurate way to describe it. Living was living. Fate and whatnot. Who would have the time to be tangled up in such things? Why would he suddenly think of such a nonsensical thing? When he opened his eyes, he saw a space that was completely eroded by the presence of chaos. He did not know how big it was, or where it was. In short, for the time being, it was a proper space. However, it was filled with things that were not good for the world of order. Apart from what he had just said, there was also an endless presence of destruction. It was left behind when everything in the world was destroyed. It was as if there were billions of worlds and several void regions buried here. It was a very bad presence. It was so thick that it reminded him of the first and second elemental realms that he had destroyed in the future. Disgusting. Yun Nuoxing's nose twitched. He waved his hand and fanned in front of him. The thick presence of chaos was like a wind that had been solidified. It was as if the waves on the sea were rolling endlessly in front of him. The presence of chaos made him have to increase his strength to urge the origin energy and the first light to offset the bad presence. That presence does not belong to you. In the midst of the chaos, a voice suddenly rang out. Yun Nuoxing stopped moving forward. He quickly looked around, but could not find anyone. Outsider, intruder! Hiss, hiss. It was as if the noise of destruction echoing in the void was mixed with the distracting thoughts of billions of creatures that had been annihilated. It was put into a small box and let it ring continuously. The echoes were deafening. The infinite evil thoughts and distracting thoughts were like the whispers of demons in his soul. The whispers were crazy and noisy. It was as if demons were haunting him and constantly whispering to him. It was even more annoying than 10,000 Baldies whispering in his ear. However, if they wanted to make him surrender with this kind of whispers, sorry, he was also like an amalgamation of evil thoughts. When necessary, he could also turn into those impure and extremely violent things. He was the most damned person in this void. "Are you playing hide and seek with me?" Yun Nuoxing shouted towards the empty space where only the aura of chaos was flowing. The primordial light on Yun Nuoxing's body gradually shifted towards a dark gray color. He reached out his hand and fiddled with the chaos energy that was flowing in front of him. He casually slapped it aside and continued to walk forward. "Hiss, hiss, foolish outsider. Stop, hiss. You are approaching an existence that you can't face." The noise rang again. Yun Nuoxing's footsteps trembled again. His eyes flickered slightly. The repeated voices. He thought that the other party was just a person. It seemed that it was not a person. There was some light surging in his colorful eyes. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. Part of the initial light gathered in his eyes as he looked at the place where the endless storm of chaos was raging. A little bit of gray and other dark light suddenly divided areas in the storm of pure darkness and darkness. It was as if there were separate entities that were integrated together but independent of each other. And when he looked at it, good heavens, there were dozens of them. It gave him a headache. His moving eyes fixed on the centermost position. The storm of chaos enveloped an area that released the light of order. That should be the most dangerous place. That was the area occupied by the individual with the initial energy. It was also the largest area in the entire storm of chaos. Hiss, hiss, go away, go away. "Ignorant outsider, you have a very interesting smell." He. The murmurs suddenly had a strange smell. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes slightly. The initial energy in his body quietly released into the realm of order around him. There were many indiscernible messages in the murmurs. Some of them directly released their hostility and killing intent. But as to why they did not make a move, maybe they were still observing which part of his body was fat or thin. But the energy life form did not have any flesh. Shouldn't he remind them? Then they could start the fight directly. "You guys are quite leisurely." Yun Nuoxing walked forward with one hand on his waist. He was not worried at all. "Why? Listening to some of the things you mentioned. You seem to be afraid of something?" "Stop right there. Idiot. Hiss. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Don't let him get close to that place. Hiss. Don't wake that guy up." He had only taken 2 steps when the entire storm of chaos went berserk again. There was a frenzied roar. Evil thoughts and chaos thoughts were rampaging around. Most of them were pressuring him, but they could not stop him at all. Moreover, it seemed that as he got closer to the area where the initial energy surged, the voices and the will in the storm of chaos became more and more unified. Soon, only the purest killing intent and malice were left, and it seemed to be gathering crazily. Something was about to be born in the storm of chaos. Yun Nuoxing looked at the place where the initial energy light was. He could not help but roll his eyes and sigh, although he knew that this thing was definitely a barrel of explosives. If he ignited it, it would either explode, or he would explode, or the entire place would explode. But he still had to ignite it. It was not that he could not control himself. He had no choice. That's right. He had no choice but to do such a thing. It was not that he wanted to. "Stop, stop, stop. If you don't stop, you'll die." The evil thoughts in the storm of chaos that had reached the limit suddenly gathered crazily. A vast and slightly familiar aura hit him in the face. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. This is the first barrel of explosives had exploded. The madly gathering storm of chaos was gathering all the chaos energy from all directions. The place that seemed to be covered by a tide of darkness suddenly became much clearer. Before he could see the situation in this space, clearly a huge dark shadow rose in front of him. When he saw the full appearance of the dark shadow, he could not help but be stunned. It was a black, ghostly shadow, but its size was a little exaggerated. It should be the gathering of all the chaos energy in this space. However, the chaos aura that gathered the initial energy light was still hanging in that position, unaffected. No, it's all gathered here. This aura seems to be a little weaker than the two demonic shadows. Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. The energy in his body began to surge. When his hostility was completely exposed and he was ready to attack, there was no need for him to hide or announce anything. In the space behind him, hundreds of millions of magic circles appeared in a frenzy. The gathered initial energy was released uncontrollably. Hiss! That aura! That aura! Kill! Kill! Kill all of them! Everything related to this power. Kill! Kill all of them! When the huge ghostly shadow saw the thousands of magic circles appear, its murmuring voice suddenly turned into a low growl and roar. Yun Nuoshing frowned and said, "Are you chaos? Or some other chaos construct?" Bang! The silent energy destruction caused Yun Nuoshing's expression to tremble. He instantly retreated thousands of kilometers away with the magic circles. The place where he was standing just a moment ago suddenly swelled with a bright white light. The destructive aura of chaos surged, engulfing the void and everything in it. He did not wait for the other party's answer, but the other party attacked first. It seemed like the other party refused to communicate. As for attacking, it was an order to attack. He recalled the wretched demonic shadow he saw on the Cloud Continent. Order! Order! Kill! The invisible energy restriction caused Yun Nuoshing's eyes to tremble. The sound of the galaxy and the void collapsing suddenly rang in his ears. The space around him suddenly distorted. The magic circle beside him also silently shattered. The energy released by the collapsing magic circle forcefully pushed back the collapsing void. Multicolored energy suddenly burst forth with him at the center. The origin and order domain that he had prepared long ago was instantly unleashed. Then, in the next instant, monstrous chaos energy swept over from all directions, directly pushing him and his domain back by tens of thousands of kilometers. This is a little different from what I thought. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. After all, this was the other party's territory. There was no telling how much chaos energy was lurking in this place. Even though he had prepared his domain, he was still caught off guard. Even if he had unfolded his domain, he was just forcibly unfolding his own domain in the other party's domain. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought a shield in here. Even if I could unfold my own domain without being restricted by the other party's domain, it's still too uncomfortable. The radiance of hundreds of millions of magic circles connected into a vast nebula. All the magic circles poured out the energy that had been gathered for a long time in an instant. Order disintegration, order collapse, origin impact, origin chaos impact, and so on. The dark space was illuminated as if hundreds of millions of stars had lit up the sky. The energy attacks that crashed into the unknown ghostly figure were like raindrops falling on the surface of the lake, creating circles of ripples of various sizes. The torrents of energy pierced through the ghostly figure, but he did not feel like he had hit anything at all. The holes were quickly mending themselves, but his attacks were densely packed, making it seem as if the ghostly figure had been pierced with countless wounds. In fact, there might not even be a scratch, which really made him a little stunned. Even the attacks that stand in the void are not effective. What the hell? A gigantic shadow struck from above his head. The demonic claw that seemed to cover a few light years slammed down without any fancy moves. a destructive aura of chaos that was dense enough to slap the void of order into order fell from above, directly locking the space around him, making it difficult for him to dodge. Wanxiang, Yun Nuoshing had just opened his mouth to murmur and was about to counter the attack with his own attack. However, his expression froze. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and put away all the magic circles and attacks. He injected all the energy into the origin light. He looked coldly at the huge palm that was falling down. Wow, you should have told me in advance, you idiot! The little angel sensed that something was wrong in an instant, but she also sensed his thoughts in an instant. She could not help but exclaim and quickly protected the spiritual world with frost. I believe you. As soon as Yun Nuoshing responded with a grin, the vast chaos energy hit him in the face. The incalculable energy impact hit his origin domain head-on. The colorful domain and barrier instantly cracked like glass that was punched. His whole body was also sent flying by the slap. As soon as the chaos aura that penetrated the domain wrapped around his body, it was caught by the origin light and then easily absorbed. The huge dark ghost fell into a brief moment of shock because the attack that should have been blocked worked. He quickly looked at the figure that was sent flying backward with gray energy entwined around it. You old bastards who play with consciousness and souls every day, Yun Nuoshing, who was still flying backward, suddenly stopped his figure that was flying backward. The golden energy was suddenly occupied by countless gray lights. The chaos aura surged out. A ferocious smile suddenly appeared on his face. In an instant, he turned into a gray meteor and rushed toward the direction behind the ghost. I found your secret. Wanxiang leads the void. Chaos falls stars. The magic circles that spread out in the sky instantly wrapped around the chaos that was flashing with origin energy, accompanied by the impact of the golden and gray energy. They all descended on the former in an instant. Hiss! Despicable! You don't know what's good for you. Despicable outsider. Run! Run! Leave this place. All the energy that fell on the origin chaos caused it to rapidly expand. From 100,000 feet in size, it expanded to the size of a star in an instant. Then an extremely dazzling light burst out from the center. The light of order and chaos burst out from the top and bottom, as if igniting a galaxy. The dazzling light swallowed the entire space within it. Accompanied by the origin energy of chaos, the two seemed to be mixed and independent. In a trance, he recalled the moment when he jumped into the origin light. It was also at this moment that he saw the ghost scream and flee for his life. He was stunned. Then a black sea urchin suddenly appeared in the center of the dazzling white star cluster in front of him. That was the chaos energy that was wildly expanding. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he saw this scene. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. However, he had no other choice.